may I ask you to move to my left, ready yourself for a group photograph? To my left, ready yourself for a group photograph. And then we will await His Excellency. Thereafter, we will take our seats. Please, if I may ask you. Thank you very much. If you have just arrived, move to the left, join the photograph, please. Move to the left. Everyone, you're most welcome. Everyone. Please. Yeah. Let's just be ready for His Excellency. Move to the left and join the group photograph. Please, can we settle down? His Excellency has arrived. We are taking a group photo and then we must be seated as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Your turn now. Thank you very much.
How are you doing, Sheila?
I'm very well, Your Excellency.
Good. I hope you like the room.
Yes, it is lovely, sir. Thank you. I hope you like it too. Please, may I have your attention? Can we quickly take our seats, please? And can I get somebody to close the doors directly in front of me, if I may, please? Be seated. We have a very tight program, but not quite as tight, His Excellency the Minister, so we must get started so he can. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, it's very kind of you to make time from your busy schedule to be with us. If it is all right with you, I thought I'd start with a safety announcement. Please, to all of us, safety is our primary concern, and therefore, in the unlikely event of an alarm, we have 2 exits in front of me. You go all the way up to the reception and into the parking outside for an assembly. If you are on this side of the table and it's more convenient, we have 2 exits to my right and to my left. And in the back is a courtyard, and that is where you assemble until safety comes. So if you forget anything at all, please remember that. Thank you very much. Once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Center of Excellence Roundtable. Many of you will know what the Center of Excellence is, but for the few that may not know, it's an initiative from the Ministerial Roundtable, where under the leadership of His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Minerals of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 4 years ago, his colleagues from what is now known as the super region agreed that without knowledge, the region was unlikely to successfully take advantage of the growing demand for critical minerals. And so it was decided that an initiative called the Center of Excellence, in which institutions, governments, and others will come together to identify work streams that are necessary to create the knowledge needed to capitalize on critical minerals, was agreed. And so this is part of that progress. You'll hear a lot about it today. I have the pleasure of moderating, and so without much ado, Your Excellency, may I invite you to say a few remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheila. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am delighted to welcome you to Riyadh for the second meeting of our Center of Excellence and Technology Streams. Around the table, I'm delighted to see some familiar faces and many new ones. We are pleased to welcome all of you from mining and other industries, from academia, geological exploration, R&D, technology, and many other disciplines. While your expertise lies across a range of sectors, you are all part of the global cause that has its roots here in Riyadh at the Future Mineral Forum. We are here today to discuss our network of Center of Excellence. This encompasses all the disciplines required to build capacity in mineral supply, including policy, sustainability, talent development, and technology innovation. Earlier today, at our ministerial roundtable, attended by 100 countries and more than 60 NGOs and a multilateral organization, we updated them on some of the latest important work being delivered by our first Center of Excellence hubs. The University of Mohammed al-Sadis Polytechnique in Morocco hosts our sustainability hub and is foreseeing our initiative to enhance responsible mineral supply. The roundtable heard the report from the ISO for the development of an international standard for the responsible mining. This will be a significant step forward in our work to consolidate and simplify the diverse standards for responsible mineral supply. Elsewhere, South Africa Council of Scientific and Industrial Research has been incorporated into the Center of Excellence network as the Talent, Research and Development Hub for the Super region. Here in Riyadh, the Mineral Innovation Acceleration Park, the MIAP, will serve as the regional hub for technology and innovation, as well as the coordinator for the network. For those of you joining us for the first time, let me say a few words on why we are here. We have great opportunity to develop modern, responsible, technology-advanced mining industries. These can deliver the steady supply of minerals and metals needed for the electrification of the world and also provide development opportunities in host countries who can benefit from the infrastructure, job creation, and other socio-economic developments. There are challenges, though. One of them is the talent gap. An experienced generation of operator geologists, engineers are retiring, and historical underinvestment has impacted the industry. Mining needs to attract younger workers, and so manpower development is at the heart of our Centers of Excellence initiative. The centers will drive research, technology transfer, and the adoption of responsible mining practices. That in turn will attract investment, equip a new generation with valuable skills, and support the creation of modern, high-tech industry that benefit local communities. To achieve these ambitions, we need world-class expertise such as yours, and we need global collaboration. We have 4 objectives in this discussion: accelerate research and development to innovate and disrupt mineral exploration, extraction, and processing, building a global network to share insights, best practices, and resources to leverage the hubs as a catalyst for economic growth and social development. Facilitating technology transfer from other sectors such as medicine, space, and oil and hydrocarbons hydrocarbons to the mineral sectors, and defining modes of partnering, collaboration, and integrating the regional network of Center of Excellence. Collaboration here is everything. Although we are holding this meeting in Saudi Arabia, it is a truly global initiative, as the Future Minerals Forum is a platform that belongs to each of us. Your contributions and ideas, therefore, will be very warmly welcomed. I will now hand over to our great moderator and very much look forward to hearing the outputs from your today's session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I hope that I shall live up to your expectations. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Saeed Al-Sahiri, who is the Vice President for Energy and Industry at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor to be with you today at the Future Mineral Forum in 2026, convened under the greatness patronage of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. We gather at a pivotal moment where energy transition, industrial growth, and technological transformation converge. This forum stands as a platform for collaboration, bringing together government, investors, innovators, and researchers to reimagine minerals as the foundation for sustainable prosperity and shared progress. Today, we are not only discussing the future of mining, we are witnessing how science, innovation, and talent can redefine one of the world's rising strategic industries. And guided by the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the bold vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Saudi Vision 2030, positioning research, development, and innovation at the core of the national transformation. At the heart of this transformation is King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, the national lab, and the bridge between the research and the industry outcomes. In this context, the Mineral Innovation Acceleration Park, or MIAP, announced during the Future Mineral Ministerial Roundtable in 2024, represent a cornerstone initiative hosted by CAXT in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. MIAP is designed to connect a regional network of Center of Excellence through a digital platform to enable knowledge exchange, harmonize technical standards, and drive innovation that address challenges across the mining value chain. Complementing this effort is the Mining Innovation Studio, launched during Future Mineral Forum in 2025 by the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, National Industry Development and Logistics Program (NIDLIP), and CACS. The studio accelerates innovation across exploration, processing, and sustainability by engaging startup, spin-off companies, de-risking early technologies, and fast-tracking commercialization, position Saudi Arabia as the global hub for mining technologies. In parallel, we just last month, CACS and Ma'adin launched a joint lab during the International Lithosphere Program Forum. This milestone strengthened the applied research and the industrial readiness by localizing advanced technology that support the Kingdom mining strategy. Over the last decade, CACS has worked across the link of every component in the mining value chain. For example, advanced exploration using geophysical and geochemical techniques, developing processing solutions for both high and low-grade ore, pioneering new pathways to turn mining waste into national opportunities, develop titanium extraction technologies, lining actually the groundwork for future downstream industries, and also extract gallium from industrial process streams and looking a path to strategic metals that could be used in electronic industries. Equally important is what comes after research. Through deep tech entrepreneurship programs, CACS is translating discoveries into companies shaping the future of mining, with support to more than 70 deep tech startups. Ventures such as Glass Earth, Mining Smart Tech, and advanced VR training programs show how Saudi talent, enabled by the Saudi ecosystem, create new opportunities, high-skilled jobs, and new intellectual properties. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of mining belongs to nations that innovate. To our partners across academia, industry, and innovation, your collaboration is the catalyst unlocking the Kingdom mineral frontiers. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and transformative meetings.
Thank you once again, Dr. Al-Shiri. I'm reminded that CAST has been at the center of the Center of Excellence for a very long time. It was at the venue of your university that the idea was first developed, and so thank you. We appreciate the support. It's now my pleasure to turn to Dr. Salah Al-Salam. Dr. Al-Salam is Vice President for Transition for Minerals at the Saudi Aramco, the national icon, and is going to be sharing with us a perspective on how all knowledge acquired in the petroleum sector might have relevance in minerals, a question which I think is very important considering the investment that the Kingdom has made in developing that sector. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sheila. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here at the Future Mineral Forum, an event which has evolved from regional gathering to a global platform, reflecting the growing importance of the Kingdom's mining industry. Aramco has been exploring beneath the Kingdom's sands for more than 90 years. We operate one of the world's most extensive deep well seismic, reservoir, and geochemical datasets, supported by advanced analytics, AI, and high-performing computing. In fact, these data and capabilities are also relevant to finding deep minerals within the earth. In fact, last year we announced finding high concentrations of lithium in our oil field brines, along with other minerals of interest. Last year, we also deployed several field pilots of direct lithium extraction technologies, achieving recovery rates more than 90%. These results have encouraged us to plan the commercial production of lithium for the first time in the Kingdom in the next few years. Now, while Aramco brings concrete strengths to the value chain creation in mining, no single institution can deliver the full value chain alone. Government, Aramco, CACST, and industry partners need to bring their strengths to unlock the full mineral potential of the kingdom. Our objective today is to identify concrete initiatives where data, capabilities, and funding are aligned around national priorities. These may span subsurface technologies, mineral extraction and processing, or digital geoscience. These initiatives should have a clear scope and an implementation plan that are aligned with the mandate of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. In doing so, we can help position the kingdom not only as a producer of energy and minerals, but also as a global hub for research, innovation, and industrial excellence. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive discussion. Back to you, Sheila.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Salam. I think it takes a level of wisdom for a giant like Saudi Aramco to acknowledge that you do better when you surround yourself with others, and we certainly look forward to that knowledge exchange. Thank you, Say.
No problem. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to invite us to move to the next session. In the next session, we start delving into aspects of the Centers of Excellence. Here, we have several representatives from institutions and organizations that have come forward and have been working with us to determine the content and the specific activities that will become the focus of the Centers of Excellence. And so, without much ado, it's my pleasure to invite the head of mining and innovation, Thema Al-Jajani, who is a research expert in geophysics and general manager of Mining Research Institute at CAST here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. My good friend, Thema, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Sheila, and I'm pleased to be part of this gathering. I think, I will take the moment and to highlight the importance of this meeting as we're gathering industry and R&D under the same ceiling. And that by itself is delivering a very important message that the sustainability of R&D without industry will not be accomplished. At the same time, I think, R&D is not a luxury. It is a needs and crucial steps toward achieving our long-term goals. And that's why when we talk about Mineral Innovation Acceleration Park, it is really acceleration of innovation for the benefit of the industry in general. And that's part of the acceleration that's being brought to the table as part of the Mineral Future Forum to take the advantage of these gatherings and open the floor for future collaborations for much better era of mining. As we speak about the MIAB, in fact, we started MIAB maybe two years ago, as announced in the Ministerial Roundtable, and the idea of MIAB, it was, and still is really bring together research institutes around the super region, highlighting the importance of R&D as not really bounded by national boundaries, but it goes much cross beyond them, and bring together research institutes, researchers, expertise, allow knowledge exchange, at the same time highlight that the technology that's been developed in one part of the world will affect the rest of the world. And we can see that clearly. And at the same time, when we talk about technology development within mining sector, we don't really forget the technology development across industries like the hydrocarbon and mining. And bring together, the network of Centers of Excellence starting this year with the Moroccan Research Center of Excellence represented by OM6P, along with the CSIR from South Africa, along with our colleagues from Campbell School of Mines. We try to really collaborate and provide collaboration models based on different elements that have been highlighted last year. And I will take you through that what been happening really last year. In the meeting last year, we were focused in highlighting the common challenges across the super region. And based on these common challenges, we talked to our colleagues from UM6B, and we said, you have phosphate, we have phosphate, we have common challenges involving the phosphate. Why don't we really highlight collaboration aspects, areas of strength for both institutions, and we can bring them together within a memorandum of understanding agreement. And that's what really happened. And we were pleased to sign this agreement maybe a few minutes ago. And that really is not, it is not the memorandum of understanding, it is not really the beginning of this collaboration. It is really the fruit that we were able to capture out of the efforts that have been offered for the last few months. And we are pleased to continue along this effort, not only with UM6B, but with other partners across the super region. As we speak about the mineral industry, we speak about different elements, like the upstream, midstream, downstream. And as we speak about the centers of excellence around the super region, we will speak about the center of excellence within the kingdom, which is represented by KAXT. And the strength that we see within the mining industry rely on the upstream, represented by the exploration, midstream, represented by the mineral extractions, and downstream by mineral processing and waste management. And all of these venues of collaborations or industrial pillars exist across maturity levels of mining industry across the super region. What is the future? The future, in my opinion, is that we are in the steps of bringing together a virtual platform that highlight the common challenges that we see across the super region, highlights the strengths that we have among all of us, and at the same time enable the technology transfer, at the same time of knowledge sharing with expertise and different institutions through training programs or through exchange of scholars. As much as we really value that the R&D, if it is really developed in one part of the region, should benefit the rest of the region for the benefit of the mining industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Emma. It is now my pleasure to invite the Director of Geology and Sustainable Mining Institute at the University of Mohammed VI in the Kingdom of Morocco, the world's largest producer of phosphate, is one of the few state-owned enterprises that is entirely vertically integrated up and downstream. Over to you, Mr. Mustafa Ben Sassoon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheila. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank warmly our colleagues from Saudi Arabia for the invitation and for organizing this meeting. I think we'll have a discussion later, and it's a pleasure for me. So the Future Mineral Forum initiative, as defined at the launch of the forum, and in line with the guideline established during the ministerial roundtables, aims to create value at the level of the super region through structured development of the mining sector. So the Center of Excellence that I had the pleasure to co-chair with Dr. Tamer Dajani is one of these initiatives, and hopefully will be the engine of the whole initiative. The Centers of Excellence are designed to consolidate and coordinate efforts around strategic themes of common interest. To date, 5 Centers of Excellence, as we said, also qualified as hubs, have been established. These hubs cover the following area: geology and exploration, talent development, policy, innovation and technology, and the sustainability. These hubs have to collaborate in a transdisciplinary way in order to ensure maximum of productivity and outcomes, avoiding the silos. The Sustainability Hub, which include mineral traceability, will be hosted by Mohammed VI Polytechnic University within its Geology and Sustainable Mining Institute. The key thematics area that have to be handled in this hub, within this hub, are built on internationally recognized expertise of GSMI, but not only. All countries of the super region are invited to join to strengthen the hub. The topics will include, non-exhaustively, the mine planning, which aims in optimizing mine design and operation, decarbonization and carbon storage, water management and water quality, as well as waste management, which are critical sustainability challenges, mine closure to ensure responsible closure for mining operation and rehabilitation of sites through innovative technology. And we must add certainly other topics related to the ESG, like the social and economy aspects. The Sustainability Center of Excellence is therefore mandated to develop a governance framework adapted to the super region, ensuring the traceability of mineral resources exploited in the framework of this initiative. This latter is built around 4 key pillars: identification and prioritization of critical and strategic mineral, development of advanced laboratories, training and capacity building, and finally, technology transfer. So most of the partners that have to work together to reach the target we have already have been already identified, either through UM6P direct collaboration, notably with the Democratic Republic of Congo, or through the FMF initiative. Within the FMF portfolio, the African Copper Belt Initiative is, of course, currently the most advanced initiative, both in terms of structuring and financing, with ongoing discussion involving leading international financial partners. Today, we had the pleasure to sign a very important agreement between CACS and UM6P, which will certainly unlock several collaboration in the next future in topics of common interest, as my colleague Tamer said, benefiting from the complementarity between MIAP and GSMI. We certainly hope that this will be only the beginning of a strong and efficient network involving a maximum number of countries around the super region. And thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have appreciated your chairmanship of the coordinating group of the Centers of Excellence. One of Africa's largest mining destinations is South Africa, and that is no coincidence. It is in part because of a strong partnership between policymakers and the industry. And at the heart of that is a center called the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. And it's my pleasure to introduce its head of mining and technical solutions from South Africa, Hartmut Brodnaert, to give us a view on how they envision their contribution to the super region centers of excellence. Hartmut, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you for the welcome. I'd like to also thank you to the Ministry for welcoming us, and Dr. Saeed as well for the welcome. So talent development and the Talent Development Hub, from what we have seen and from our point of view, is a very fundamental and foundational element to the Centers of Excellence. We believe it's going to be supporting some of the other pillars that have been mentioned so far, like innovation, technology, sustainability, even policy. So we see it cutting across all of those pillars and supporting those. In my brief description, I'm going to go through just or mention some of the aspects with regards to the Talent Development Hub. So these are some of the proposed, I suppose, how do I say, descriptions that we've come up with. I'm by no means a marketer. I'm an engineer. So just want to put that out there. So from a vision perspective, from the Talent Development Hub, we would like to see that the Talent Development Hub is the premier center for talent development globally that supports critical minerals across the super region. If we were to describe it in a statement, we are proposing, again, this is maybe where the marketers can help me out, we would describe it as to be the leading catalyst for talent development globally in the mineral sector, empowering future-ready professionals through innovation, collaboration, and excellence. The mission would be ultimately to develop and implement inclusive, sustainable, and industry-aligned talent development programs to support the growth of the mineral sector in Saudi Arabia and the super region. So some of the strategic objectives that we foresee coming out of this is building a globally recognized talent hub, aligning the talent development needs with the needs of the minerals value chain, and those need to be in the context of the specific jurisdiction that one is operating in. That's very, very important. And I will be unpacking that a little bit later on in further discussions. Foster partnerships between academia, industry, and government, very important, very critical. Promote inclusivity and diversity when it comes to the talent pipeline that are coming through the Talent Development Hub. And then really looking at localizing the capacity to build that talent, which needs to be within the regions or in the specific country. The strategic pillars that we foresee is regional integration, which I think is quite important. And with regional integration also comes the element of recognizing some of the programs that might be developed in the Talent Development Hub to allow recognition of the programs as well as the learning materials or qualifications that might come out of that. A good partnership ecosystem, which will be supported by global centers of excellence for mining. If it's from the UK, or if it's from Morocco, Australia, Canada, and so forth, it will be put together with global expertise. Innovation, digital transformation, very important. How do we leverage technology in a way that makes a lot of sense? To achieve either different or effective ways of learning, enabling innovation and technologies as well. Research and innovation within the Talent Development Hub is also quite important. The reason why I say that is even if we go back to the regional context, there is elements that we've experienced in South Africa. I think we've got now, is it 12 official languages, if I'm not mistaken. What's interesting is technical terms that one might need to explain are not always directly translatable. And in some of those cases, there's an opportunity to be able to create a better link between the local language as well as the technical expressions that one might need to use in some cases. There will be, I'll be diving a little bit deeper into 5 different categories in the next session, but I see my time is up, so I will leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, particularly for, I know you had a relatively long presentation, and thank you for being so succinct. I think what is important is to recognize that Hartman just threw the head of the institution in the ring to say they too would like to be part of the Center of Excellence Network. And with time, we will come back and discuss in some detail what he envisions and the extent to which it resonates with some of you and the extent to which some of us here might see ourselves being part of that groundswell of activity. With that, it's now my pleasure to invite Isabel Ramdu from the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals and Metals and Sustainable Development to share a perspective on what her organization thinks it might contribute to the Center of Excellence debate. Isabel?
Thank you very much, Sheila, and good afternoon, everyone. And I would like also to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for having us here. So I would like to briefly talk you through where we are with the Center of Excellence on Policy, which the IGF has helped to think through, and why it matters to the network as a whole, and where we are heading next. I think we'll have a discussion at the end on the roadmap, but I just wanted to quickly take you through the process of what we've done. So alongside with the other centers of excellence, the Policy Center of Excellence is one of the mechanisms to enable the implementation of the FMF Critical Minerals Framework. Its purpose is to help translate the super-region ambition into delivery, concrete delivery, by strengthening the policy, institutional, and investment ecosystems that underpin regional mineral value chains while managing environmental and social externalities. And like Helmut was saying, for talent, policy is also a horizontal issue. It connects the dots that can turn ambition into investable reality. And we've seen it across, and we've heard it also this morning. You know, geology might be very promising, technologies may be adopted, sustainability and traceability standards may be designed, but yet on their own, these are not enough. Projects still stall, investment are still delayed, and value addition does not materialize because we see there is a common issue there of policy fragmentation and inconsistency, weak institutional coordination, misalignment, insufficient coherence, etc., I name it. So this is where the Policy Center of Excellence come in. The center is being designed to connect those interdependencies to address barriers to investment through targeted diagnostics and a gap analysis. That's something that the IGF has done very successfully to a number of our member countries. It includes identifying permitting bottlenecks, regulatory inconsistencies, coordination failures, incentive misalignments that affect investment decision across upstream, midstream, and downstream segments. Secondly, the center will support initiatives aimed at unlocking strategic investment in priority sectors and enablers. And working alongside other centers of excellence and partners, the Policy Center of Excellence will help identify where those policy, regulatory, and institutional frameworks are holding back investment in shared infrastructure and support the design of concrete solutions. The third element is, the Center of Excellence will also support other Center of Excellence. I think this is where the connecting dots are, leading innovation, technology, geology, talent development, traceability through coordination, coherence, and consistency. And here, that cuts across also a number of other sectors than mining, trade, environment, etc., industrial policies, to help countries manage the trade-offs, anticipate the risks, and align the policies with the long-term objectives. And finally, the center will also support strengthening institutions, and I think this is very key. We were talking about capacity building this morning. That's very important to strengthen institutions and leadership through capacity building because durable reforms depend not just on good policies, but on the capacity of administrations to implement and coordinate that. How does that fit within the wider COE, Center of Excellence ecosystems? The Policy Center is not expected to work in isolation. It's designed to support clusters. And this morning, we were talking about some of the clusters that have already been identified across several regions, where these interdependencies are most visible and coordination matter the most. It's also designed to enable the work of other centers, so to be kind of a supporter to the others. So I think the articulation across the Center of Excellence will be important by ensuring that some of the technical solutions that are embedded in credible policy framework and provide, and I think this is key, support at country level, because at the end of the day, policies happen in countries. So that's one of the key functions that will be tailor-made to national priorities and institutional realities. And this three-level logic operating logic clusters, network, and the countries themselves is what will allow the Policy Center to connect strategy and implementation. So the center, how will it operate? So we're working now on the governance and partnership structure. So it will be a hubs and spoke model that will be virtual, operating through regional nodes and strong partnerships with governments. So the partnership model will be important. We will be discussing later on this afternoon about the wider coordination, potentially through MIAP, to work also with the other centers and where the IGF can contribute. And I will leave it here because we have a session this afternoon on looking forward, and I can contribute more later on where we are going moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isabel. In the corporate world, it's called strategy. In the public institutions, it's policy, and it's the glue that binds everything, because without sound policies, you have essentially getting nowhere. So we look forward to IGF's contribution. In this section, I have one more speaker. It's Thema Beckerman, Senior Director of Investor Services, Saudi Geological Survey. Over to you, Said.
Thank you, Sheila. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. As for the geology stream, the first International Geological Surveys meeting took part in 2024 as part of the Future Minerals Forum. The purpose was to delve deeper into geological surveying capacity challenges highlighted in the Ministerial Roundtable by bringing together leaders of geological surveys from around the world to share knowledge and identify solutions. The collective mission is to confront the challenges that constrain geological surveying capacity worldwide, strengthen collaboration, deepen shared understanding of the Earth, and focus on practical, high-impact actions. The objectives identified as enable growth investment in geological surveying, leveraging international collaboration, modernize and make publicly available digitized geological data, and support capacity building through the Future Minerals Forum Centers of Excellence initiative. Over 30 geological surveys leaders from Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas participated in the 2024 and 2025's meetings. As for the progress, as a result of the second International Geological Survey meeting held in 2025, 3 separate coordination groups have been put into place to build a network to support their work, to explore collaboration opportunities by creating initiatives and developing actions, and shape the agenda for the International Geological Surveys meeting. The Talent Development Coordination Group aims to bridge the global skills gap in geology through practical collaboration shared by Council of Geoscience, South Africa, and co-shared by Saudi Geological Survey. The Data Coordination Group aims to make geological data more accessible and affordable for supplier countries by recommending capacity building opportunities shared by the Geological Survey of India and co-shared by SGS. The Geology Center of Excellence, Centers of Excellence Coordination Group oversees the development and implementation of international geological centers of excellence and hubs. It's shared by the French Geological Survey, BRGM, and co-shared by Saudi Geological Survey. In addition, also as action result of 2025, to conduct technical workshops during the year, and in collaboration with the SEG, the Society of Exploration Geophysicists, SGS launched the GEOMAN Symposium 2025 in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This event serves as a premier platform for fostering collaboration, driving innovation, and sharing expertise across the geosciences. The symposium featured more than 100 peer-reviewed technical contributions, welcomed over 550 delegates, and included more than 170 participating companies representing 38 nations. Today, as we meet here, the third meeting of IGS is already started with new ideas and initiatives focused in assessing and certifying professional competencies across geoscience disciplines while fostering a mutually beneficial exchange of expertise across the borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for those kind words, and thank you certainly for the initiative to bring geologists across the table. The subtlety might be lost on some, it isn't on me. Everything will come to pass if the geologists don't make the discoveries. Everything we talk about here will come to pass. So we hope that you and your colleagues succeed in improving the geological work that is necessary to boost mining. That brings us to the end of the few remarks that the Centers of Excellence were scheduled to make. I'll now open the floor for brief comments. We have about 10 minutes. Just in case you don't know, I have the power to stop you if you speak too long. So please don't tempt me. So very brief, I would just quickly introduce myself and say a few words to any of the issues that were raised here, or for that matter, any contribution you'd like to make from your institution to the initiative. Anyone? I didn't say I also have the power to just point at you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll promise I don't speak too much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and learning about all the centers of excellence. My question is that, how are these centers of excellence formed or by suggested? Because one of the interesting factors about or consequences of FMF has been the concepts that has been extracted from FMF toward energy security, and that's what is my background. I teach energy security and critical minerals at Georgetown, also an energy security strategy. So in 2024, Minister of Energy, Saudi Energy Ministry, he raised this concept about the nexus of energy and minerals. Is there going to be any center of excellence that is specifically focusing on the nexus between the critical minerals and energy security? Because this is a topic for me as an energy security strategist and an academia was first raised in FMF and by Saudi Arabia. So, yes, thank you.
We were hoping Georgetown might be the center of excellence to assist with the intersection between energy and critical minerals. And I'm not being facetious. It's an important issue which at some time in the agenda we will come to. But let me ask Aldo to speak generically about how the centers of excellence work while you ponder your proposal to lead the intersection of energy and critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, and Doctor, thank you for the question. The Centres of Excellence initiative arose out of the Ministerial Roundtable back in 2022. It was a conversation had among 30-odd ministers, and I'll give you a bit of background so you have the context of why we're here today. They gave us a very clear message, us being the Future Minerals Forum, that they were happy to come together and talk about the future of minerals. This was on the back end of COVID. The Omicron was sweeping the world, and we still managed to get quite a few governments. But they were more interested in action. And so that set about a process of defining what to focus on. And there were three broad areas, and the three broad areas are the ones you've been hearing about today. Here, you heard about those who participated in the Ministerial Roundtable, heard about then. You'll probably hear us talk about those for a long time to come, because they're just about the right areas to be focusing on. Those are sustainability, the responsible supply of minerals, and all the facets of that conversation. And we've had very deep discussions over the last 3 years about that topic, and in particular, the importance, and we'll come to this in the sustainability piece, of whatever we do around responsible supply, that it reflects local realities, and also that those realities are addressed, and also that supply countries have a say in rule shaping, right? Which has not been the case, if I may say. So that's, we're hoping to change that, right? Now, some may agree, some may not agree. But that's the direction of travel. And the other area, and this is the fundamental piece, is the importance of the big need in supply regions. If you look at what we call the super region, which is the whole of Africa, Western Asia, Central Asia, and now Latin America, due to the geological links between the African and South American continents, that those are our areas of focus. They have some similarities in terms of their mineral supply journey, a lot of differences. In the case of the African and Western Asian and other nearby regions, infrastructure gaps, talent, it's a global issue, but particularly acute in this region, and Hartmut talked to that. Geology, nowhere near enough money is going into geological exploration in this part of the world. Sorry, in the kingdom there is, but in Africa there is not, right? And so there are significant challenges, and there's just a few, significant challenges that were raised. And these centers of excellence, so what emerged out of all of that was the idea of creating what we call centers. It may not be a perfect descriptor, but the idea is to generate know-how from within the super region with help from outside. And for that know-how to help a self-sustaining process of improvement of against those key enablers that we've been listing, you know, geology, innovation, technology, policy, and so forth. And so what you ended up with was 8 pillars. We had a workshop back in 2022, I believe, three. Some of the people in this room came together and we workshopped, you know, where do we go, how do we kick off this Centres of Excellence piece? And we landed on 8 pillars at the time, which mapped nicely against the 6 we've been talking about. And so since then, the work has been around giving shape to these Centres of Excellence, and in particular the idea of creating hubs, leveraging existing areas of expertise, and create, whether it's physical or virtual, or creating new ones. In this case, the starting point was, if you look at sustainability, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic, and Dr. Mustafa and his team are here, and you've heard from him earlier. In the case of innovation and technology, Riyadh, and you've heard earlier about that. And South Africa, for the reason that it's one of the continent's most experienced mining jurisdictions, huge, deep expertise across the mineral sector, and why not tap into that as an opportunity for that country to benefit the rest of its region. And so the idea is for these hubs to then start to form webs, right? A hub and web approach. And for that web to extend to South America in due course. And by the way, although the supplier regions are ultimately the recipients of the benefits of this work, the work will need to happen with the existing customer world, and also other supplier regions. You know, North America, Australasia, Australia in particular. We have the CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia. I'd like to acknowledge Tanya Constable. Thank you for joining us, Tanya. The first time she's attended the Future Minerals Forum, and the first time in the Kingdom, I believe, Tanya. So thank you. Thank you. Second time, I take that back. Welcome, Tanya. So Australia are key mining countries, as is South Africa, and we have Canada as well. So it's an all-in, right, to help deliver the minerals the world needs. And so that's why we're here. And the last thing I'd say is that the hope is that this becomes an outcomes-focused discussion. Knowledge sharing is good, but it's not why we're here. It's to make forward progress on each of these areas, help these hubs emerge. We have a timeline of the end of 2026 for these 5, maybe 6 centres to crystallize. And so there's a lot of work ahead. You'll be hearing about all that, but the expectations are high. And I think you'll hear from the people in the room that they're up to the challenge. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more comment if there's anyone who wishes. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Hisham Akimbey. I'm the Director of Economics at the Mineral Industry and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, sorry. Underlying a lot of these efforts are great, the centers of excellence, but underlying all this is a sustainable, commercially viable, financeable solution. And while I look at these efforts, they're great. The thing that integrates them besides policy is that commercially viable financing solution, which needs to be integrated and weaved throughout this system. If we don't have that discussion, then we end up with prototypes that are just lab or study results that don't go anywhere. Unless we go to the market and ask them, are you willing to finance us for this? We will not have, that's our litmus test. If that's, the answer is no. And we heard today in the morning from His Excellency Bandar Kharif, financing. Banks are not willing to finance because this is a very risky, no cash flow business. So I just offer my 2 cents, if I may, which is we need to focus on financing. We cannot leave that as a last thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If it's any comfort, that issue is very much on the table. If you're able to stay with us to the end when we begin to ponder the way forward, because if you think about it, what Aldo spoke about is the governance framework. What you're saying is you must operationalize it. And the gap between that is somebody is willing to put money on the table and says, yes, this technology is necessary. Yes, this technology will give me a higher return on my investment. Yes, I will back you up. So for what is worth saying, you have hit the nail on the head. That certainly is very much part of the pathway. Thank you very much. With those few words, we will now move to the next session in our discussion. So you will be pleased to see then that we are looking at energy transition from hydrocarbon to mining and how to enable cross-empowerment, but largely with the energy lens, at least for now, while recognizing that there will be many other areas of intersection. And so hopefully that'll answer part of your questions, but also identify the contribution that you might make and the collaboration that we might have with your institution. With those few words, it's now my pleasure to invite Hamad Al-Ghuhnami, who is Director of Mineral Exploration at Saudi Aramco. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be participating today in this roundtable. I would like to start where, the last discussion ended. Aldo, you mentioned the webs reaching customer bases. You mentioned the financial sector. And there is also another angle to that, which is sustainability. And this is where the oil and gas sector, in collaboration, without silos between the mining industries, could provide further opportunities in that. So let me start by saying that I believe that the energy transition from hydrocarbon to mining, which is the topic of today, would require a more collaborative approach. We need to leverage all our existing knowledge and expertise to advance and accelerate mineral exploration and development, away from the typical and conventional timelines that mining exploration takes, long time to do, and also to leverage on governance and policies to accelerate licensing and all that. In oil and gas, we're used to fast, reaching from exploration to development in no time. And I think with cross-collaboration, we can bring that also to the mining sector. And with that, I would like to highlight 5 points. The first one is leveraging existing knowledge infrastructure from conventional and unconventional oil and gas exploration. We see some of that starting globally. An expansion would support the acceleration in the mining industry to accelerate the mineral exploration and development. One example mentioned today from our Vice President, Dr. Saleh, is leveraging brine production associated with the oil and gas, which could be rich with minerals such as lithium, for example, with low cost of uplifting, since it's a byproduct, and extracting the minerals from there. This could help also in the energy transition. This is only one example, but we can replicate that. Another point is the greater collaboration and data sharing across industries. So including oil and gas and mining, there are many challenges that could be solved with this cross collaboration. An example of that could be related to logistics, sharing the existing infrastructure when it comes to low cost of energy, so leveraging some existing starting points that can accelerate in exploration, talent development as well. You know, cross-functional talent development could be accelerated across those industries. We can also utilize advanced technologies. Oil and gas has long invested in AI and technologies and big data. My colleague, Dr. Abdurrahman, maybe will shed more light about that in his talk. There are also opportunities, as we see from global analogs, to accelerate and explore for sedimentary hosted mineral systems that falls within oil and gas vicinities. So basically, there are opportunities to discover those minerals, and particularly by leveraging those, again, existing infrastructure to provide energy in extracting, but also extracting them in a more sustainable way. Instead, maybe of conventional open pits, we can leverage the solution mining and leaching to extract with reducing the surface footprints. So we can capitalize on those opportunities for growth and development in the mineral sector. And last but not least, there is a lot of attraction today from the mineral sector. There is significant interest from the oil and gas companies. So fostering similar webs and global dialogues across different continents and interactions across industries and governments, we can support this faster growth in development. So what are the 4 opportunities that we can look at in this transition? So number 1 is data integration. From the oil and gas to the mining industry, we can help identify trends and patterns that can accelerate for more effective exploration and development strategies. Technology transfers and expertise from oil and gas industry to the mining industry could also help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of mineral exploration and development, and also partnership and collaborations between universities, companies, governments, other stakeholders to facilitate the knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and for development of new opportunities. And the last opportunity is related to the R&D. The research arms between cross industries could also expand beyond their current focus. Let me dive in to more examples. I come from a background of geophysics, and I see a lot of opportunities when I look at our 90 years of subsurface data in the oil and gas. The first example is related to geophysical data reuse. So extensive 3D seismic surveys, for example, that are targeting subsurface carbonate oil systems, could be reprocessed and repurposed with mineral system targets, such as VMS, for example, different algorithms in migration algorithm, different migration algorithms for mapping sulfide-rich horizons, for example, could be leveraged using the seismic data. We see some companies from Australia, for example, starting to use seismic data in the mining industry, which is quite healthy. And I think expanding that across the globe would be utilizing and repurposing of existing data. So oil fields have a large library of seismic data, and it can be the source of the structural and lithological information for mineral targeting. Number two is downhole data. An example of that is well logging, where we usually acquire different surveys such as NMR, resistivity, and gamma ray to know where we want to target in the oil and gas. The advancement into the mineral industry could also capture brine chemistry, such as the lithium example we talked about, to measure concentrations of lithium, magnesium, chloride, and other minerals that we can leverage from the subsurface and produce the water to extract the minerals. A third example is geological modeling, 3D geological modeling and joint inversions that are shared between the hydrocarbon play concepts and mineral systems could also be repurposed into mineral system concepts, such as Mississippi Valley types, MVT deposits, which uses a lot of faults and horizon interpretations that are very rich in the oil and gas databases, but only now can be repurposed to accelerate exploration in the mining industry. So we're not starting from point zero anymore. Finally, talent exchange. The fundamentals are there between the industries when it comes to geoscience. An explorationist with extensive knowledge in the subsurface can leverage their knowledge also in mining industry with the right collaborations and talent development across the globe. We can also find more opportunities. So to conclude, I believe the energy transition from hydrocarbon to mining represents both challenges and a lot of opportunities. And by leveraging our existing expertise, collaboration across industries, and utilizing advanced technologies, we may be able to identify new opportunities and drive growth in the mineral sector. The same data, the same talents, the same infrastructure that have powered decades of hydrocarbon discoveries can be repurposed sustainably to accelerate the kingdom's and the global mineral agenda, provided we build the right collaborative bridges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hamad. That was very inspiring. My sense of things is that you start with the basic science and then you branch out. What you're saying is we have the basic science in the petroleum sector, let's branch out and see how much of that we can use. But I think if one thinks about it, it's more than just geology. It's also the commercial aspect. Commodity trading is commodity trading. The fundamentals are the same. Project management is project management. The fundamentals are the same. And I think if we think very carefully about this intersection of mining and petroleum, we will find that we can leapfrog that process. So thank you very much for reminding us that. It's now my pleasure to invite Abdul Haram Al-Shuhail, Abdul Harman, and who is Chief Technology Officer in Geophysics, also at Saudi Aramco. I apologize for the tongue twister. I'll get it right soon.
No, you got it right.
Thank you.
Great. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a true honor to be with you here today. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizers for the kind invitation and congratulate them on an outstanding event so far. So I'd like to approach today's discussion from two lenses: technology and people. I represent an organization called XPEC Advanced Research Center, which is the R&D arm of Saudi Aramco. And this organization has been remarkably successful in translating ideas into deployable technologies that deliver real value in the field. For decades, we've been doing this in the energy industry, especially in oil and gas, developing customized solutions for Saudi geology. Now, if history has taught us anything, it's that our geology is truly unique and, alhamdulillah, plentiful. Where else in the world can you say you have an oil field that stretches 270 kilometers from north to south? It takes you 4 hours to drive through this field. But with such abundance come unique challenges, and off-the-shelf solutions simply do not exist. Our mandate is very clear. Can we replicate our success and translate these technologies that helped us understand the subsurface with impeccable accuracy to gain an advantage in developing new strategic resources for the kingdom? So that's the why. Let me talk about a little bit about that, what we can do. So the role of technology in enabling this vision. Over the past few years, we've built a very strong portfolio of technologies that address various challenges in the upstream sector. These technologies cover the wide range of different TRL levels and through cooperation with different universities and institutions across the globe. We always like to say that we're technology agnostic, so we don't really, or we're not in love with a certain technology. Whatever works, we'll push into it and we'll develop it throughout. And through that, let me share with you a few of the technologies that we've originally developed for oil and gas that have translated very well into the mining industry. So our Aquamine program under the Aramco mine, developed by our geologists, conducted a kingdom-wide sampling campaign, screening hundreds of water samples from GOSPs, gas oil separation plants, aquifers, to really understand the underlying geochemistry and enable mineral extraction. We've developed a technology called Miqyas, which is a portable chemical lab that's able to be deployed in the field to rapidly test these different waters for different geochemical compositions. Now, when it comes to the near surface and imaging, we developed a technology that was originally to image the first, let's say, 500 meters of the near surface for oil and gas. The near surface is a very problematic seismic challenge for oil and gas. And we've originally developed this technology in order to fix the near surface, in order to image our reservoirs way beneath. However, what we realized is that we can repurpose this technology, and through the use of multi-physics inversion and AI, it can help us to understand the geobodies just below our feet for mineral exploration. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the critical role of AI and advanced analytics. And this is complementing our physics-based models to accelerate discovery, optimize operations, and unlock new insights faster than ever before. Sagr, the Saudi Aramco geophysical robot, which is in our booth, actually, if you want to go see it, we leverage AI to scan massive data sets on the surface and identify geologic features that would be impossible for human to kind of scan alone. And this helps us to pinpoint various locations in the kingdom in order to understand where to put our efforts for further seismic, multi-physics, and drilling campaigns to identify our mineral resources. Now, I come to the how, our people. Let me be clear, none of this would happen without our people. We invest heavily in our people, sending them to the best universities across the world, training them in world-class programs, and then empowering them to lead and develop technologies for our operations. I myself am a product of this program, where I was sent to universities in order to understand technology, and I was empowered to develop technologies for Saudi Aramco operations. And this is what I really believe is the key to enable technology development and transfer. Now, last night I had the pleasure of meeting a few Saudi professionals, young, ambitious, passionate, and hungry to see the mineral industry flourish in the kingdom. And this drive reminds me of two heroes of mine from Aramco's early days in the 1930s. Khamis bin Rabtan, a Saudi surveyor who knew the deserts like the back of his hand, and the American geologist trained in Stanford, Max Steinecke, who was Aramco's first chief geologist. Together, this duo was able to discover some of the world's most massive oil and gas fields in the world, paving the way for some of the largest and most abundant discoveries yet to come. Their legacy is not shaped not just the company, but the kingdom and the global economy itself. I've always wondered what it would be like to meet them and to live in that area of discovery. But then I realized that this era could be right now as we speak. We can have in our midst the next Khamis bin Ramthan and the next Heineke. It's just about really pushing boundaries with resilience, creativity, and energy. And together, we can build the next chapter of the Saudi mineral industry, one that once again changes the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very inspiring, and thank you for remembering those who came before you. The pitfalls of every generation is to think somehow they are the last generation. But what you reminded us, we are just the beginning. Thank you very much for those kind words. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Bassam Dali. The professor is a mechanical engineer, I think by training at King Abdul University of Science and Technology, again here in Saudi, to share a perspective from his line of work. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sheila. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I had the advantage of two colleagues from Aramco who know the field and the industry well enough to tell us exactly what needs to do in this transition. But a little bit I have an advantage over them is that I'm an engineer, and both of them, I think, are geoscientists. So what I'll do, instead of repeating the excellent points that you made, what does it take for us to switch from this to that, I'd like to sort of zoom out a little bit and look at the energy in itself supplied through either the minerals that we produce, fossil fuels or hydrocarbons, and the renewable energy. Just allow me a little bit to elaborate, yeah? Both of them are CapEx intensive. These projects are not cheap to do. But it's interesting with OpEx, and also not just in terms of the cost, but the fluctuation in the cost. You build a project that's going to last you 20, 25 years. Do you really know what the price of oil, the price of gas is likely to be in the future? But the price of the solar energy is predictable. Unless there's doom and gloom, I think we should be able to predict what it's going to cost us to do in the future. It tends to be that the OpEx for renewables is a little bit higher. Now, I'll put it to you that we cannot do renewable energy without fossil fuels. And this is a fact. Mostly because we do need all these metals that require high temperature, that require combustion, and that require some fuels. Now, we need to accept that each one of these renewable technologies are going to produce some CO2. Remember, we're aiming for net zero. Zero, we accepted, is not possible, but we're aiming for net zero at the end of the day. I'll give you an example. I'm not sure if you know how long does a gas turbine need to work for it to offset the carbon when to produce it. So roughly, apparently, between 6 months and 1 year. How long does a PV cell need to produce electricity to offset the carbon when to produce it in the first place? And that can be between 1 to 4 years, depending on the solar resource, depending on the prices of the metals and so on. My point in here is that we need to accept that both forms of energy will exist into the future because one enables the other. So if we accept that, then we start looking at ways by which they are synergetic. That's one complementing another. I'll come back how this is important to mining, yeah? So then the task would be is to minimize this carbon intensity as we go along through this transition such that it will take less to offset the carbon that went from a PV cell or from a wind turbine. But in the transition and in the interim, until we have sufficient renewable power, until we have alternative fuels or what's called e-fuels, then we need to actually accept that both of them will coexist together. Now, of course, these have implications as well. How do we transition from one to another? I mean, I'll put it to you, while in Saudi Arabia and this whole forum is about accelerating mining in Saudi Arabia in particular, mining itself is an old science. It has been in existence, I may argue, well before the oil industry. So there's a lot of knowledge that, of course, we need to acquire here in Saudi Arabia from outside, and I'm very pleased that there's people from different countries who've been doing it for I would say, more than a century. South Africa, Australia, Canada, Chile, I mean, all these countries have been doing mining for a long time. So basically then, what we need is how do we adopt our existing skills to be able then to do it, but to do it in a way that is sustainable and to accept it's transitional. To accept it's transitional. Another aspect in the synergy is that the problem with hydrocarbons is the carbon. So can the carbon be a resource instead of a burden? For example, we're doing a technology of pyrolysis of natural gas, of naphtha, into gaseous hydrogen and solid carbon. Now, suddenly carbon is not a problem because solid carbon can easily be mixed with the earth, and in fact, it will enhance the soil quality. Or it can be used in plastics, it can be used in tires, it can be used in lots of different applications. In fact, that's why my other hat, when in the Future Cement initiative that I'm running, carbon can be also used in cement and concrete because it also enhances its qualities. So suddenly, the fossil industry, or the hydrocarbon, is an asset to the mining rather than it's actually a burden in terms of CO2 that is emitted into the atmosphere. So what this really means, or what I'm trying to convey in here, is that if we accept the notion that these two are synergetic, will coexist into the future, the task would be then is how do we make them coexist while running a sustainable operation? How do you make sure that the hydrocarbons are not impacting on the environment? How do you make sure that we can reduce these minerals and metals and produce them in a least carbon intensive way such that we could then have a truly renewable energy without sort of increasing the CO2 into the atmosphere? This will coexist. For example, we have another technology where we hybridize concentrated solar and combustion. And so when there's a sun, we'll use all of it, and when there's no sun, we still sort of could burn fossil fuels. We have another technology where we reduce silicon reduce silica to silicon using a molecule of methane. Again, we split him, we use the hydrogen for energy. Hydrogen can be a reductant as well, and use the carbon for the reduction and so on. So I think thinking outside the box, we should be able to have a system by which both the metal or mineral sort of induced energy generation through the renewables and hydrocarbons coexist in a synergetic way such that we transition fastest possible way, that it is still sustainable, that means economically viable, and that possible to achieve within the time frame that we're looking about. And then the transfer between the one sector to another, you have covered quite nicely and effectively, would happen sort of seamlessly, I think, mostly because there's a lot of synergies. One is a subsurface, another one is above surface, but there's chemical processing and so on, which also the hydrocarbon industry is well aware of. I will stop here and we'll save some time for discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That was very interesting. And I think it is important that you remind us that the runway is very long and that for a very long time, hydrocarbons as a source of energy will coexist with the renewables. But more than that, that they are interdependent, at least in terms of both technologies and the material inputs into those technologies. We do ourselves a favor if we tell our children that one day they will wake up and that we will no longer be using these materials. It's just how we use them and what the technological interventions are that render them sustainable. I think that is a much more sensible question. So I shall be telling my grandchildren that when I go home, that is the banner they should carry when they go out with their friends. Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of that session. It's now my pleasure again to open the floor for comments, and please don't be shy. Some of the comments that have already come up here are really very important, and be assured we are capturing them, and we will revisit them, and who knows, we might reach out to you to come and be part of a longer-term discussion. So I'll open the floor for comments, please, and observations. Yes, Michelle, over to you, please.
Is this on now? So I feel compelled to add to what you just said and point out that I can take the solid carbon from pyrolysis or steam reformation or just the petroleum coke. I can treat it, I can refine it, I can get graphene. I can go further, I can get carbon nanotubes. I can make fibers from the carbon nanotubes that can conduct electricity as well as copper, or strong as steel. I can use them to form products, wire equivalents, cable equivalents for high voltage transmission. I can put it in composites. I can start moving aluminum out of the picture. I think people out here in the region don't realize what's going on in material science. I've been thinking about that for a couple of years now, coming to FMF. And I think from the point of view of competitive positioning, is some really serious thinking that needs to happen about the possibilities in terms of new materials, invented materials that can solve a lot of the dilemmas that people are looking for metals for. And historically, what we have been doing with plastics is displacing metals consistently, decade after decade after decade, to lightweight vehicles, get improved energy efficiencies, better performance, better aerodynamics, everything. And that's going to continue. Food for thought.
The challenge of having very knowledgeable and talented people around the table is that everybody's so talented, they just keep adding to the talent. So I'm going to push back a little and ask you to tell us, based on what you've said, if you were part of the think tank here, what would be your priorities in terms of how we leverage that knowledge to harness what we know about petroleum and the intersection with clean energy and other things, so that we move from intelligence to knowledge, to concept, proof of concept, and to the gentleman next to you, to investment?
I would create a center of excellence for the value of carbon, because that's the major asset in the region. Actually, it's the major asset across MENA, right? So you learn how to maximize the carbon footprint, optimize it, make it as efficient as it can be. You need the hydrocarbon molecules anyway for all of the materials that are required. And whether it's wind turbine blades and components or solar parts or insulation for wiring or whatever it is, I mean, nothing is going to get built without it, right? So the thing that's missing in the conversation about energy transitions and all of that is to think about probably the most important element on Earth, since we're a carbon-based planet, right? And really try to add that to the mix of the Centers for Excellence to make sure that it's not getting lost.
Thank you very much. It sounds to me like you just established another center of excellence. Over to you, madam.
Cornelia Meyer from Meyer Resources. I agree wholeheartedly to 100% with everything that was said. But we are here in a circle of people who are sort of a little bit in the know, who are trying to get more in the know, who are trying to with the help of science, address the issues. And your point is very good on prioritization, but there's another point that we shouldn't forget, I think, and that is education, especially of policymakers. We have some countries where we have fantastic leadership that works with engineers, with science. I look at KSA, I look at UAE. But then I look at some other countries where, you have 4-year election cycles and the acceptance of anything swings back and forth. So my question is, how can we get this best-in-class knowledge here and in an acceptable way inform policymakers so we have more uptake? Because that uptake will, in the end, there's also the financing aspect. And the more you have the uptake, the more it will be also a little bit less of pushing water uphill to get financing.
So 2 things. Are there any policymakers here, government representatives at all? Please hold that thought, because I'm going to come to you, because that's really your question. How do you stabilize the policy environment enough to give talent and investors time and confidence to put boots on the ground? But before that, Isabel, this is yours. How do we ensure that this ability of policymakers to uptake knowledge, translate it into policy, can be stabilized, and that in countries, for instance, that subject themselves to an electoral cycle, with every 4 years you don't have a new country?
I'm not sure I can answer your question, Sheila, because it's many questions. One about how do you ensure that institutions remain stable and weather political cycles. I think you need a really good, stable technocrats. Politicians change. People in ministries and environments should stay. And I take the example of my own country, which is not a mining country, but we don't change the leaders in the institutions when the politics change. I think there is 2 things. You have cycles of elections, but consistency in policymaking. I think this is one thing that we really have to strengthen when we look at the policy issues. One thing to say, you swing from one side to the other. The other thing is to say there is a national strategy about development, about people, about human resources. Those things don't change. You still need educated people irrespective of what. You still need stable regulatory framework irrespective of who comes. I think we need to make this distinction between the political cycle and the policy cycle. And it's something to insist when we think about how do we maneuver around the center of excellence to extract the political cycle from the policy cycle. But I don't have an answer to the politics. I can speak only about the policy anchor that is absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much. These are painful truths. I'm a great believer you must speak truth to power. And if power is responsible, and if power is benevolent, and if power loves country, it will not mind when a small little person says, please say. And so as you speak, I'm thinking, this is a conversation for the Ministerial Roundtable to say, we are happy to move forward, we are ready. Can we get a guarantee from you that you will not be moving the policy corner poles? Because this is the beginning. So was there anybody from the policy space, the government space, who wanted to say something? Not yet? Yes, sir, please. I apologize, I don't have your name.
Well, my name is Simon. the privilege to be the chairman of the sustainability group. I believe we've been on Zoom, knowing the names but not actually putting the faces and whatever. I am the Director General of the Nigerian Mining Cadastre, an agency for licenses in Nigeria. I've privileged to be in government for a couple of few years, just about 40 years. And looking at Africa, particularly when it comes to change of governments, political and whatever, you find out that there's a lot of inconsistencies. When we had these issues, reforms came up, and then what we did actually is to ensure that the law itself, we concentrate on the legal framework, so much that when even the political people come, they will not be able to now change so much within that. We are seeing in some African countries some change here and there, which as much as possible does not help sustainability in terms of policy. So I believe that all we need to do is to be able to concentrate and make sure that the legal frameworks are being consolidated so much that there wouldn't be so much change within a government comes, like you said, 4 years, another government comes, then you find out that, oh, even sometimes you find out that it's the same, let me say, political party. You find a lot of changes again. No, I don't want to continue what that person has done. But if you enshrine it, institutionalize it in the legal framework, as much as the reforms are, there wouldn't be any much changes that will affect the security of tenure of any operating company or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, you'll be the last one to comment in this cycle. I'll come to you later, madam. I've made note of you. Thank you.
I'd like to point out 3 things. Number one, when incentives align, policies will stay in place. And this is very important, especially when you build policies. We've built the policy at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, the mining investment law. And the key element for that mining investment law is aligning the incentives of the government and the incentives of the mining companies and the incentives of investors for long-term stability. Whether you can shield that from political wins is a different question. However, if you know that you made a very, very astute comment, what policy is to government is what strategy is to business, but governments can sometimes benefit from creating a strategy that then is informed by policy. And that's one of the things that the ministry has created, a strategy that was then informed by policy. I think the last thing I would point out is Saudi Aramco has been a vanguard on energy stability worldwide. And that's because Saudi Arabia has made a decision to shield that company completely from any political headwind. And that's one of the things that you study when you go into any of the energy economics, energy policy areas where you realize that Saudi Aramco has been the bellwether, not the bellwether, sorry, the balancer for the global economy on purpose, shielded away from. So I think long-term strategy, long-term focus really helps in keeping that strategy in place and policy.
Thank you very much for reminding us. I'm mindful that we are approaching prayer time. So what I'm going to do is invite a speaker to take us through the traceability subject, which is only one speaker, and then that should take us to prayer time and break for others, and then we would be able to come back. So if you kindly just bear with me. And so what I would like is to invite Abdelatif El-Khali, Professor of Metallurgy, University of Mohammed VI. Are you here, sir?
I think he went for the prayer.
Prayer?
Okay,
If you can bring, for example, Hartmut, because Hartmut is the next one.
okay. How about we do this, Hadmat? How about you come in, and then we will take our other colleague after break, please. You were going to speak to us about how you envision the development of a human capital development center, which is consistent with the commentary by our colleagues from the Saudi Aramco Research Center, where he said, you don't get far without talent, but first you must unleash it. So how about you unleash some of your talent?
Too kind. Should I start tap dancing now already? Okay. As you had mentioned before, I did prepare a presentation, but I'll just sort of refer to the presentation. We'll talk through the next few topics. So yeah, talent development. There are 5 areas that I'd like to cover. So what the purpose of the discussion will be is just going through some of the key aspects that I believe we need to be cognizant of, make some decisions on as a collective. And I think that was something that was also mentioned, that there's this, the idea of the web, if I can call it, if I can quote Aldo, not like Spider-Man, but the actual web to connect all the organizations. And in a more sort of collaborative manner, start looking at some of these issues. They might not be as exhaustive, and the issues vary depending on which jurisdiction you're from and which region you hail from. So I'd like to just go through some of those. There are 5 pillars I'd like to talk through. And let's say the first one that I'm looking at is strategic alignment and workforce optimization. Under that, we talk about value chain, level of work, talent capacity. We talk about private sector involvement, which is very important, and I'm very glad to see that Aramco is here and MADA is here as well, which is very, very critical. We've got then a second pillar, which really focuses more on sort of human capital, frameworks, which then looks at really a country context. We look at culture, language, current skill set and future skill sets, which is quite important. The third pillar that I'll talk about is just infrastructure. Infrastructure is not equal across the different regions and countries, so access to infrastructure is different. Fourth pillar that I'll be looking at is partnerships. The moment you mention the following words, IP to any university or research organization, chills go down your spine. Why? Because the lawyers get involved, but that's a very important topic to talk about. And then the last one is really some of the, I would say, harder practicalities around some legal frameworks, things like MOUs, cooperation agreements, operating model, hub and spokes has been mentioned already before, and then also how policy can support these sorts of talent hubs, and then I suppose ending it off with a little bit of funding and what sort of resources one requires. So I'll go through some of those details, and I think what's important for those considering and looking to join the Centers of Excellence for Talent Hub is thinking about some of these aspects as well and understanding how you could contribute towards some of those and what your thinking is. So the first question around value chain. As things stand, we look at from everything from exploration, extraction, processing, beneficiation, shipping, and then even mine closure and post-mining landscapes. And the question is from a talent development hub, I think what's important is for us to sort of narrow it down to understand where are we going to focus. And as I said, the Talent Development Hub would be a supporting structure to some of the other initiatives. And for example, there's a lot of activity in exploration within Saudi Arabia, for example. So the question then is under exploration, for example, there could be a big focus there, as an example. And then the real issue around understanding where else in the value chain one would want to potentially focus on is very, very critical. And it's all about bringing this down to a point where we could actually have something that is tangible that we can actually start doing. Level of work is the second aspect. Understanding what level do we want to train at and at what level do you want to develop the talent. And we're talking about levels of complexity. I would just like to make a quick example. If we compare the job profile of, let's say, a CEO versus a diesel mechanic on site, those are two very skilled jobs, but different levels of complexity. If I look at the diesel mechanic, he worries about the OEM, he looks at the spare parts, he has expertise in the ECU systems, very skilled. But his sphere of worry is within that technology. The CEO, on the other hand, is worried about geopolitics, unions, investors, the actual technology, the commodity price. So the level of ambiguity in the area and span of concern widens. So the question is at what level would we be targeting and what level do we want to focus on? The irony of this is that the demand for skills wouldn't necessarily automatically sit on the highest complexity roles. The irony is that in many cases there could be demand in lower levels of complexity. Here's a very interesting non-mining example. Recently, Australia, I don't know if anybody's here from Australia, there's been a new tiering system on the immigration policy. There's 4 levels of tiering with regards to Australia. The first was very obvious. They want medical professionals, which is quite interesting. The second tier, which was actually quite eye-opening, and I'm just going to read this quickly, is early childhood teachers, as an example, social workers, child care center managers, psychologists, special education teachers. Can you guess where the software developers are sitting, or the software engineers? Category 4. They are, if we've got a little bit of space, we will get a software engineer in. Interesting. There's a very real example of I would say, again, a lower complexity in terms of width of ambiguity that you're dealing with, role that is in very high demand, and it's not your nuclear physicist or scientist that is in demand. So I think that's something very important to consider. Critical, I've got a colleague next to me from Anglo American, and she's been also whispering into my ear, private sector is very important. Because we do the talent development hub, where they're supposed to end up. They're supposed to be ending up in the companies. Yes, there's a handful that have come into private sector, but economic growth, job growth, it comes from the private sector. So we're preparing young talent, middle-aged talent like myself, to go into the private sector and contribute, and then contribute to the country. So it's very important that we have them very close. We talk about mining companies, but we also need to keep OEMs, OTMs, and service providers in mind. Why? Because in many cases, the mining houses receive services from those companies, and they help in solving the problems that you've got on site. So it's very important that you have a good balance of private sector that is involved, both in advising how this program looks like, what it is for, and most importantly, what are the current and future skills that are required for your current and also future mines. So that will be something that is critically important. What is interesting from a collaboration point of view, and collaboration is very important from a scalability point of view, from a diversity of expertise and skills, is, where do we collaborate? Where do we need to find the partners? There are a handful of top-class programs and universities around the world that focus on mining. And I wish I could show you this infographic. It's all over the show, everywhere from Europe, South America, North America, Australia, Africa, even in other various regions. And it's important for us to have agreements that are fit for purpose to be able to bring those entities and those training programs into the network so that we can also, develop the correct standard of materials for what we want to achieve. The one thing I do want to just mention, it is something that I found very interesting, was the element of country context and cultural context, which is very, very important. And just a small example between a hierarchical system versus an egalitarian system. So a very interesting example. You've got a supervisor on site. There are two approaches, egalitarian and hierarchical. In one scenario, your junior engineer on site can actually challenge your senior engineer with ideas and concepts that he's put forward. In the other scenario, there is this automatic social respect that is given to the more senior individual, and there's an inclination to not ask or not to challenge. But what that can also mean is that there's a limitation around that intellectual exchange between the two. It can be a real barrier. And the question is, how can one handle those in those country contexts? There's a bunch more, Sheila, that I'd like to share, but I see my time is running out. The last thing to just keep in mind is thinking about the operating model. We spoke about different, hub and spoke, physical versus virtual. I think, what we're seeing is potentially the most effective way is potentially to start virtual. But there's also the element of resourcing the initiative in a way to bring it to life, which is quite important, that we also would like to just put forward as something that we would need to discuss. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for reminding us that when we are dealing with people, we are dealing with social systems, and we are dealing with cultural norms, and that as we ponder the technological drive and the scientific drive, we must be mindful that we are dealing with cross cultures, and as we think of the centers of excellence, to see how that lens in the various jurisdictions. My first job was to supervise a man old enough to be my grandpa. And the first thing he told me was, forget that, love. Here I'm the head. It was a struggle from that moment on. Nobody had warned me that my degree was not sufficient, that there was a cultural context, and I thought it was okay. Nevertheless, I want to come to you, if I may, Tanya, because you represent an association. And I wonder what your thoughts are on this importance of the human capital link. What are your expectations? What does the human capital of the future look like? Both in terms of skills, but also potentially in terms of a global value system. Please.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation for being here this afternoon. It's incredibly insightful, and I'm finding the discussion just so valuable. From an Australian perspective, I think some of the issues, or all of the issues that have been pointed out, are no different to Australia as it would be in Saudi Arabia or any of the countries that are represented around the table here this afternoon. We face the same sort of skills shortages. We face incredible policy change. I think that the political dimension does have a major impact on where we go on policy, on trying to get talent into a country. Immigration policies, Hamid has very accurately described this afternoon, and it's very frustrating when you can't get engineers into Australia, but you can get a childcare worker. There are various reasons why that is the case, of course. I believe that because of where we're going in the minerals industry around the world and what is clearly competitive tensions, however, I would say that more strategic partnerships are required. We are going to need to do things completely differently. I do believe that AI offers us an incredible opportunity, and that will change how we view our talent and how we use our talent and how we use it in a policy context also, because that will reshape what we require of our people overall. We've recently done a series of surveys in Australia, and I think the jobs are changing, but they're not changing so completely that we won't need the sorts of positions that we have in the mining industry, but we will need to constantly augment that talent much more quickly. So I mean, I love the idea of a centre of excellence sitting in Saudi, perhaps also sitting in Asia, because it is going to be very regionalised. We won't be able to do something from one single centre of excellence. There will need to be a sharing of information across and much more quickly, because I do think we learned a lot in COVID and then went back to our old ways. We need to rethink COVID and what we did and apply it to how we look at talent, how we look at policy. And I don't think there is a willingness in industry, because we like to do things on the basis of what we already know to reduce risk. But also importantly, in government, it is always a slow-moving elephant, and I come out of government, so I say that with respect. But unless we do that, we are going to fail on the talent, with our talent. So I think there's a real opportunity here, but that will take the sort of leadership to say, actually, we're going to make this happen. We're not going to slow it down on policy. We're not going to slow it down with just allowing our public sector, our bureaucrats, to lead. It will be led by the likes of vice ministers, by innovative politicians, because it will always be political. Don't think policy will lead. It will always be political. And it doesn't matter whether you are driven by an electoral cycle or not. So it will take that sort of leadership to get in and recast our talent, the way we look at policy, but the way that we look at talent. So I believe that the best is yet to come, but we have to go back to how we thought in COVID and start to apply that from a leadership perspective.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from my right? I was turning to my right, and then my neck was sore. And I figured I've been facing this side. Anybody from my right-hand side who wishes to, yes, please. And then I'll come to you, Laurie, because I owe you one. Please.
The other one, all right. Good evening and salam alaikum. It's my first time in Saudi Arabia and certainly my first time at FMF. So please do consider taking my suggestion with several grains of salt. I represent an organization in South Africa, which is of course part of the super region, that has been redefining and reimagining education in a demand-driven manner for almost 3 decades. We have maintained a an employment rate of 94.7% for almost 2 decades. And we've been recognized by Stanford University as one of the 12 institutions that is able to reimagine education for a better world, with 37 places that could either host or be part of a center of excellence in the heart of Johannesburg, which is where we're based, because our impact-led Anglo-American, which is one of the most important players in the mining world, to actually donate their headquarter building to us, to establish an education capital for Africa in the heart of Johannesburg CBD. And so, yes, investment is very important, but I think return on investment is even more important, and we've had an unparalleled record for the past 2 decades. And I'm delighted to hear that there's such emphasis on human capital, because very often when we talk about Africa, we only think about the gold and all the other things that, in terms of contribution, Africa can make to the world economy. But in fact, 42% of the planet's youth is in that continent. And so really focusing on innovative, new ways of creating conscious leaders for world economy through the mining sector is something that is a given. And so I wanted to humbly share this information with all of you here, invite you to come and visit us in Johannesburg, see actually what we've been doing quietly for almost 3 decades, and see if we could have a partnership, because we do work with the private sector. Actually, they are our biggest partners. And that's what has led to our success. We see what the market needs. We have the agility, unlike bigger institutions, to design programs that work and immediately lift people out of poverty through education. In fact, within 3 to 5 years after graduating from our institution, individuals who live in abject poverty move into the middle class. And so I think that's a model that is worth reflection, consideration, exploration by individuals and organizations of your caliber, to see how we could, by 2030, in fact, enable such a huge portion of our human resources to lift up mining in new ways and meet the mineral needs and all the other needs that we have in this particular sector. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. As a last section of this discussion, we get to the nuts and bolts of who's available, who wants to join, but also what your expectations are and what the modalities of all the ships might be in terms of not just, a concrete operating model, but more importantly, in terms of the rules of engagement. When we say you are a member of this club, what are we asking you to do and what terms, and how do we protect your interests such that your contribution isn't working against you? Because the real world is also about competition. And when people compete, we know they do better. So those are some of the things. So thank you. But we have one more person, Laurie. I apologize, I didn't give you a chance. So say what you want now, and then we'll break.
Oh, that's okay. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting us as NRGI. So I'm Laurie Haitai, I'm the MENA Director at the Natural Resource Governance Institute, and Nafi, my colleague, is the Africa Director, and we're very happy to be invited to this forum. It's our first participation, and hopefully it will not be the last one. So definitely to pick up on what you said at the end, Chairperson, about what's next for this Center of Excellence, and are there going to be I don't know, reports that come out of the progress that is being made that would be shared with whoever is interested in knowing how these centers are developing, and I guess and what sort of synergies are there going to be, or what kind of collaboration or cooperation between these centers are going to be, or these are standalone centers without any kind of working together on harmonizing whatever they are deciding on doing or working on. So I think that's very important if we want to see this center of excellence being really productive and working on. And second, like my initial point was on a different point, basically on these policies and politics. And I guess like recognizing that there is a world that I don't know if we still recognize it or it's like something new that is coming to emerge. So basically my question was like, I've been hearing since this morning because I was at the ministerial meeting as well, I don't know if they're contradictory messages, but like we should be aware of. So first we talk about like, yeah, we should accelerate development, we need the minerals. And then we say, yeah, but as well, like we need to make sure that there are like the government interests at our state, are respected. So I'm not sure with the acceleration that we want and the interest of the governments and the people, if these are contradictory or they can be aligned. Because I guess what has been said, it's like this magical formula is like when the interest of governments align with the interest of the communities where the production is happening and the interest of investors. If we get to that point where these three interests are aligned, then we really get the benefit of it. But accelerating, what does it mean? People were saying, oh, licensing takes so long. Yeah, okay, but because there are procedures why we think that licensing needs to take longer, because there is a reason why we're saying that. Is that contradictory? And who's going to win in such a situation where we're seeing that it's not anymore about geoeconomics, unfortunately, this is what we preach in Europe, but it's becoming more geopolitical. So countries want to align with this part against that other part, or basically, they're telling them that you need to align either with us or with them, whoever that is, and then there's this rush that, okay, so what do we do? And like, I'm afraid that that will come, that will harm the governance that we are all looking for, the good governance, the good structure, so that the producing countries benefit more than whoever is to benefit, the companies to benefit from it. And I think, one other thing as well is like when we're talking about value addition, we've talked a lot about this morning about value addition, and it is very important that these countries, producers get something for them. Like there is economic growth out of this extraction, because not to repeat the mistakes of the past, but at the same time, we talk about like collaboration, regional collaboration, cross-regional collaboration, all of that. So again, I'm not sure if this is contradictory or not when value addition is understood in countries that we want everything for ourselves, and then, but you tell them, no, but you have to open up as well because you cannot do everything on your own. So these kind of messages, I think, would be good if in the Center of Excellence for policies could be unpacked and something that could be offered for policymakers on what these issues could mean to consumers, to producers, and definitely to communities that kind of seeing that, okay, everyone is talking about minerals, and then this is very important for the future. So I'm sure like producing countries and producing communities don't want to be left out of this great future that everyone is talking about. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So in many ways, you have sort of said all the problems that we have to face. I think my short answer is that's why we're here, because we recognize that there's so many issues, but that you needed a lot of depth. It wasn't sufficient for countries to just say we want to value add. Value is really the economics of the mineral, whether the scale of the deposit or the structure of the value chain and what the markets do. It isn't what the country demands. Value is in the economics of what you're dealing with, both tangibly as a resource, but also in terms of how the market responds, but also how the finances. And you extract value when you intersect with all those in a way that delivers value. Whether it goes to the communities, whether it goes to the country, whether it goes to the region, that's a tall order. But that's just to say, we don't purport here and now to have the answers. we purport to have a glimpse of some of the questions that we should ask, which if we ask and deal with, will take up to the right place. In my humble opinion, you do well to start with the right questions. You can ask the wrong question. You answer it as perfectly as you can. It's still the wrong question. It's like climbing the wrong tree. I'm going to turn to you, Thema, to help us with the first question of how we envision the Centers of Excellence.
Thank you so much. I just, I recall maybe 3 years ago when we engaged in the Ministerial Roundtable, and all the discussions were driven by geopolitics I just mentioned. And the question at that time, how can we give an insight is really independent of all of that? And the answer of that question was Centers of Excellence. Centers of Excellence, you can leverage them in the way that they can go cross boundaries, in the way that you can collaborate, as you just mentioned, between sustainability and technology, between technology and geology, and so on. However, if there is no enablement of the technology by the trust and interest of different governments, it is really difficult to go so far. However, you can do something. And I think the Centers of Excellence notion is just the start, not the end. The way is too long. By the interest and the willingness to continue along this endeavor out of the scientists and engineers from different Centers of Excellence around the super region, it is really important. I do remember one time I was asked, what is the purpose of all of that? And I said, the super region producing 41% of the minerals of the world. How many Centers of Excellence in the super region? We can count them in one hand. So the answer is really, how can we elevate our ambitions, given the vast volume of resources that exist in the super region, in the way that we don't really produce minerals. We produce talents. We produce technologies. We really share the knowledge and expertise as part of that civilization around the world. And that's part of the answer that I have. Maybe I can add another response, but in the form of question. Which one drives the other? Is it policy or technologies? Do we really develop technologies that drive the policymakers to make new policies? Or really their policies is giving us the pathways in which technology we can develop? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a chicken and egg question, but I think a very important one, and might speak to our later debate on what are the starting points and why. Yeah, it speaks to that. So good for you, Thema. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a coffee break, and it'll be only 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to the room. And then we will delve into traceability, because the gentleman was out. He's back now. And then thereafter, we will now get into the details of the modalities and how we envision the pathway forward for the Centers of Excellence. Thank you very much for staying the course. I appreciate it very much. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Sheila. Not at all. Not at all. We do our best. excuse me, let's take our seats, and may I make a request? You know, there's something about an empty room that's not nice. So I'm going to ask that those immediately facing me come forward and start here and work our way out. In that way, we'll have a nice full room, won't we? Let's do that, please. Thank you. Yes. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, God. Thank you for coming.
No, always.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's a coup d'etat. Isabel, come on.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, Isha.
Thank you. Let's settle down, fill the room, get started. Hey, let's get started. Okay, thank you very much. May I please ask you to close the door? When I was young and a company secretary for the Botswana subsidiary of Incal American, don't tell anyone, but if you were late, it was my job to close the door. Thank you very much for staying the course. I know not only that you're very busy, but that you could be elsewhere, so I appreciate it very much. One of the most challenging aspects of our time with respect to sustainability is proof of provenance, that the minerals that we produce and trade across borders or within our own borders have been procured with the highest sustainability standards. That is to say, governance, environment, and other standards that speak to the social well-being of people. And that has then ushered in the notion of traceability, the ability to say with absolute certainty these materials were procured legally, ethically, and that in trading and buying them and using the products, you are making a positive contribution to humanity. And to help us think about that is Professor Abdelatif El-Khali, Professor of Metallurgy, University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Morocco. A beautiful site, I dare say. If you want to see how sustainable architecture looks like, you want to go to this institution, even if I have to say so, say.
You are welcome.
Over to you.
So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So, I'm not here to convince you about the importance of minerals. You all know that we need more and more minerals. They are the fuel of the industry and the human prosperity of today. But to meet the demand of minerals, we have several challenges, and I think the most important one is, do we really have enough resources that are left in the earth? And I think regarding this aspect, I am really optimistic because I think that we still have a lot to discover in the earth. But the second aspect, which is more challenging, is how are going to operate if we have some resources. And the situation is becoming more complex today because we cannot even accept that we are going to operate a mine as it was done, for example, in the 20th centuries. Today, we have more challenges. The first one is regarding the regulatory pressure. As you know, that societies of today are requiring more evidence of origin, but especially EHG compliance. The second one is the market and the customer expectation. Downstream industries today are needing more evidence of origin of minerals to protect their reputation and their brands. And the third one is social licensing and permitting. In many countries, to have a permit or social license may take up to 10 years to start a mine, because communities and all stakeholders of mines are requesting and expecting mining companies to demonstrate EHG principle, not just to claim them. So the key word here to tackle these challenges is transparency. We need to be transparent all over the value chain of a certain commodity. And this is how we define traceability. Traceability, by definition, is not only to track the origin of a mineral, but it is also try to answer the following question: how this mineral was extracted, how it was processed and transformed, and under what environmental and social conditions these minerals were extracted and transformed. And finally, whether it complies with regulations, standards, and ethical expectation. To do this, traceability today is not a choice. It's a must-to-have. And to meet the traceability, there are several techniques. We can talk about the physical traceability, which focuses on the chemical, the mineralogical, and for example, the isotopic fingerprinting, which means that via a detailed and fine characterization of a commodity, we can have a fingerprint of this commodity. So the key word here is we need to invest more and more about the characterization. But the problem with this characterization is we cannot really trace a commodity after its processing. It's only valid, for example, at the site or at the mine operation, from geology maybe to processing, because the characteristic of a commodity may change during, for example, mineral processing, flotation, or a certain leaching, or another mineral processing scheme. The second one is we can use some artificial tracer, which means that we can add some markers to the concentrate, some nanoparticles, some synthetic DNA, or some nanoparticles. But the problem here with this method is the acceptance by several jurisdictions. It's not acceptable everywhere. And the second challenge is the scalability. With the huge fluxes of minerals, it's really, really difficult, even impossible, to use an artificial tracer for traceability. The third one is the most used one, because it's cheap, is using mass balance and chain of custody. And the last one may be to use some digital traceability, which means to have like a digital passport of each commodity. And today, we have an emergent technique which focuses on the use of AI and the data to trace the commodity and try to trace the anomalies if we have during the value chain of a mineral. So the problem of implementing traceability, as I said, we have a lot of techniques, but why we don't have one unique method for trace a mineral? The problem is one method can never trace a mineral. We need a combination of different methods to be able to trace the minerals. And the second one is the complexity of mining. Even if mining is really a small word, but the mining operations are really complex. For example, you can have a concentrate that is coming from several operations, several mines, sometimes several countries. So how can we able to trace the origin or the condition under which we have the treatment of this mineral or a group of mineral? And then traceability relies on data. So we need reliable and robust data. And the problem with data, how we are going to prove the accuracy of data? Who is going to judge the data? We don't have until today who is going to do this role. So we need a certain certification maybe, or we need some standardized protocols all over the world in terms of data reporting, data formatting, because as you know, each mining company has its own procedure, has its own methodology, how to report data, how to format data. And then I think the other problem is the cost. As I said, it can be based on characterization, but it's not possible for all scales of mining operations. For example, for small-scale mining, and I will be just cite the example of artisanal mining. In some countries, we have more than 90% of gold production is coming from artisanal mining. They don't have the, let's say, the mean, they don't have the budget, and even they don't trust this traceability. So we need to, let's say, to rethink how traceability can be adapted for different mining scale operation. And the key here, I think, in my opinion, is the collaboration. We need a strong, transparent collaboration between the different stakeholders of a mine operation, governments, communities, NGOs, but also mine operations. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulatif, in reminding us that though we sit here and speak about traceability of minerals, we are not speaking about homogeneous chemical substances, but also that we are not just speaking about the minerals, but that we are also speaking about cross-border trade. But that mining itself is not homogeneous. It's one thing to speak about traceability when you're doing large-scale or mechanized mining. That's entirely another when you are in a country that might have 1 million artisanal miners. And I think it's important to think very carefully about this, because what the professor has just done is fire a warning shot to tell us it is important, it is doable, but there's nothing easy about it. So I think that's a good way to start. Anybody wishes to comment? Yes, please say.
Thanks, Doctor. In my experience of working across war-torn areas of Europe and Bosnia, Ukraine, and other areas, lines drawn on a map sometimes dictate traceability discrepancies. South Sudan, North Sudan, other examples exist across the super-region. But there has been areas of excellence that I think we may need to consider as part of our Centre of Excellence community. Things like the work that was done with PepsiCo and the Kimberley process in the GEMS world, the gemology world, IRMA in terms of the International Responsible Mining Alliance, things that have happened in the past that we should still be looking to absorb, augment, and continuously improve, because even when we look at, and I know in Australia they incorporated the CEO of a digital fingerprinting company into their board advisory for the Minerals Association of Australia, I think Dr. Leanne Kemp, who created a solution to fingerprint every diamond in the world for De Beers and so on. So we have pockets of excellence that I think we should be starting to coordinate around the traceability opportunities that have already been done by people in our time and before us, that can start to unpick some of the challenges you've highlighted. But I don't think all is, it doesn't sound like all is lost in what you said, but I do think there's a base of reference that we haven't acknowledged so far yet, but this is a topic that has had a level of scrutiny and importance when lines on a map get drawn differently, and blockchain came in and was talked about as a bad thing, but actually as a distributed ledger of governance that shows some element of traceability. And the Battery Alliance, and my experiences of working at Glencore and being able to trade things that we'd extracted in areas that were called a different thing at the moment we got the license in 2007 and trading cobalt in 2017, it's the same material. It hasn't changed for 400 million years. But the traceability of what you're referring to as traceable is now a human construct. It's not a geological construct, but we now have to find ways to mechanize. So there's elements of everything that we've talked about in this round table that I could touch on that needs a focus in on what's been done before, because I think there's pockets of excellence in all of these things, but this one particularly has come up. So just wanted to bring that to the attention.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. We do ourselves injustice when we think we are the first to discuss this, but we do well if we can find out prior work that we can tap on. So I'll start with you, Say, and then you, Say.
Thank you. So I'm Nathan Williams. I'm founder and CEO of MindSpider. So we do a little bit of work in traceability. And I really liked what the professor had to say. I think that the subject of traceability is both more complex and less complex than we all think. It's more complex on one hand because we have to, I like approaching the concept of traceability as what do we want to get out of it? And most often it's not just what is the origin of this metal or the chain of custody or what hole did it come out of? Oftentimes it's a risk-based approach. Knowing which place in the ground it came out of doesn't necessarily tell you were illegal taxes taken out of it, were people exploited, were children present at the site. And so a lot of the data that we want to collect from in the traceability process should be related to the specific risks that we're concerned about. And if we're talking about trying to create a center of excellence or an idea of excellence in mineral processing, then it's around making sure that the biggest risks are mitigated in some way so that we have some data to say, look, we've taken some steps, perfect or imperfect. Now, I'm a big believer that more data is better than less data, even if it's not perfect data, because that gives you a starting point. And it's only, my motto is it's only, greenwashing if it's an end and you say this is good enough. But if it's the starting point, then you have some data, you've got processes to collect data, and then you can get better data next time if you're concerned about it. I think that when we're talking about getting data on these minerals, a lot of it is just getting companies used to this, and other industries have done it already. 20 years ago, we had the pharmaceutical industry that went through a data collection and chain of custody process, and no one would think of buying pharmaceuticals that didn't have some sort of assurance that we knew where they came from. And mining managed to sort of evade that for a few years, but now it's on the table. And I think that if other industries can do it, then mining can too. I'm very optimistic. And I don't think it has to be that expensive. It will go on. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I just thought it was worth throwing in there.
Forestry has it. Fair trade coffee, fair trade bananas. Like, there's so many adjacents that are even closer to us than pharmaceuticals that we could also look at, that we should be looking at.
Try and get anyone who didn't speak before, if it's okay. So, yes, Say.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I don't come as much from the background of mining or that field, but I'm from sort of capital markets, private equity, and the world of finance. But the equivalence I wanted to draw that might be useful is in global banks, when you do sort of regulatory compliance, there are parts of the world in which the regulations are not written down, and we used to call them window regulations because you literally walked into a sort of a window and asked the government agency, what am I supposed to adhere to? And whatever they told you happens to be the regulation, the point being that verbal discussion happen at the window, which needs to be a part of the traceability, because whenever you sort of need to file the trade or, do whatever needs to be done at the end of the year, the fact that you got that regulation from speaking to somebody at a window has to be a part of the entire world of traceability. And there might be some equivalence here, because I presume not all data might be as good and clean, and it could be as bad as somebody sort of just directing you to do that. Now, of course, the world of finance has been, the amount of use of AI and Gen AI there is massive, so the ability to sort of tackle and bring some of this into a lineage is easier, but there might be some of that sort of expertise, in that world that might be very valuable in the world of traceability, given all the sort of, non-traditional ways, data and information might be shared across. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you reminding us again that it is difficult, but it isn't ground zero. Madam, please.
Thank you. My name is Inga Peterson. I represent the Global Battery Alliance. And this is obviously a really interesting exchange from our perspective, because we've been working on this concept of digital product passports as a means to an end, so not as an end in itself. And I think that goes to the core of this conversation, that yes, traceability is great, but even transparency doesn't equal responsibly produced minerals. So how do we make sure that traceability and transparency becomes the bridge that connects actionable insight to the audiences that need it, which is investors, procurement, in some cases end consumers, so that capital can be directed towards more responsible practices, and it becomes not a compliance box-ticking exercise or a PR effort, but actually a differentiator and a competitive advantage in the end market. And we really contribute to creating this market for responsibly produced minerals, because even this morning in the ministerial roundtable, much of the discussion is centered on the supply. But what we also keep hearing from mining companies, maybe not on the stage, but definitely in the corridors, that if it doesn't pay and they cannot differentiate their products, then that's problematic and very difficult to implement. So for that, traceability holds a whole lot of promise. We've been working on this from the angle of adding two missing ingredients to the conversation, which is comparability and assurance. So if we have standards, and obviously there's differences in standards, and these differences should be recognized, but what we really want to do is separate those products and those minerals that have been produced to a standard from those that haven't produced against any standard. So the 15,000 mine sites around the world that are not certified by any sustainability standard, because sometimes the standards discussion sounds like all mines are sort of rushing to implement responsibly produced standards. So we've been working on this. We've been working across the supply chain. So how do we also not create a black hole at the manufacturing stage, for example, where maybe your mineral supplier can say these minerals were produced with good human rights due diligence, and there was no forced labor, no child labor, but then at the vehicle assembly stage, suddenly you have child labor. So in terms of putting an end product on the market, what the battery passport does is to apply those performance expectations across the value chain, and it really does need that coordination and collective action from mining companies through to the end users who actually need that information and who can then leverage it. So I didn't have the chance to say it this morning, but we're really keen also to work with anybody who's working in the upstream, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including others who are working on standards and traceability in particular, to be that bridge and help connect those efforts into the battery value chain at the product level and working with the manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listening to you reminds me of something we very often forget when we speak of mining as if it's an industry, when in effect it is several industries. This is very challenging because it's a narrative that exists there. We've all bought into it. Academia has bought into it. And now, 100 years down the road, we're saying, actually, we were wrong. It's not called mining. It's called the nickel industry. It's called the diamond industry. It's called the phosphate industry. And that, it has different stakeholders. It is a different chemical. It requires different interventions. And it is produced in different countries, and therefore, if you talk about nickel and I don't produce nickel, I just start tweeting and wait for you to come back to the real thing. So I think you are absolutely correct. There's a whole lot of complexity, and for people like you, associations that have already taken the step, including the diamond industry and the gold industry, all of whom have taken some step, it's a good thing to start there and say, what have they done? And what does it tell us about the direction of travel, rather than the risk of starting afresh. I saw you say, but I don't think that gentleman has had a chance to say, wait. To be clear, nobody's leaving the room until they say something. Please say.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the chance to sleep out early then. Very naughty. My name is John Lindberg. I'm with ICMM. ICMM represents more than 1/3 of the global mining industry. And obviously we have a keen interest on all things traceability. And listening to this conversation and having been fortunate to listen to very similar conversations for a number of years, there's a couple of reflections from my side. And the first one, I absolutely agree with our first speaker. We really need to build on the work that's already been done out there, because a lot of work has been done on traceability. It's been mentioned by other speakers this evening that there's a lot of work done on the technical side, there's a lot of work done that's already been done on the standard side. And I think one thing that is of huge importance to certainly to us and to our members is, let's not reinvent the wheel. We know where the challenges are, and the challenges, frankly, as Inga said, traceability needs to pay off. We need to know that there is a market where you can differentiate responsibly produced minerals and metals and differentiate those that haven't. And traceability can play a hugely important role. And I think whilst we're not in the market for silver bullets, if we really want to be serious about creating clear incentives for minerals and metals that are produced to high standards, it needs to pay. It needs to pay to do so. And this is where traceability is really important. But I think then we need to avoid simply rehashing the same conversations that we're having in lovely locations around the world, including the Kingdom, but rather looking at why is it that these incentives for traceability do not exist as of now? Why is it that customers continue to buy minerals and metals that are produced irresponsibly? There are big conversations that are really challenging, and as you say, Madam Chair, that are really complex, but I believe these kind of gatherings are meant for resolving these complex issues. Whether we sit and create yet another standard on, do we do traceability like this or like that? Is that really how we should be spending our time? Or rather, the big systemic hurdles that get in the way for us achieving what we want to do? And certainly, from our perspective, we want to have those really tough conversations, and however long into the evening it takes, we'll be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You represent a very large constituency with a lot of different experience and different geographies and different metallic substances. So we value your perspective, and hopefully we can take on the challenge of discussing a very tough questions. I think one of the limitations, certainly as I look at the room, is that, especially not so much in the other issues, but the traceability, is that the consumer end of the conversation is missing. And in the end, if the consumers won't buy it, that'll be the first good reason that we fix it. So I'm going to come to you, sir, and then to you, sir, and then to these two gentlemen, and then we must close and move to what will also, I hope, be as equally interesting. But there you are. You did well, Abdulatif. People don't want to leave your subject. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm JJ Messner. I'm the sector lead for purchasing at the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. But I'm actually going to speak a little bit more from the perspective of my previous life, where I was the lead for responsible mineral sourcing and traceability at Microsoft. Because I think the purchaser perspective is really important in this, because I think that there is a direct link between traceability and minerals provenance and responsible mining. Because if you look at, so in our supply chain, in Microsoft devices, the closest that we came to the mine was 6 tiers away. And we only had direct contracts as far as tier 3. So that means that there's a significant gap between where we sit as a customer that prioritizes responsible mineral sourcing and the ability to actually identify the mines to be able to act upon that. Now, often when we would speak to mining companies about responsible mining, they would say to us, yeah, but we're not hearing the demand from our customers. Well, the demand is there, it's just we can't communicate it because we don't know for sure that you're in our supply chain. So once we do know for sure that you're in our supply chain and we can make that direct link, then I think that traceability really facilitates that conversation. Because if you look at IRMA and the uptake of the IRMA standard, it is significantly driven by customer demand, particularly those that have direct offtake agreements with mines. And so there is clearly that customer demand that is being displayed there. As a result of that, even though IRMA, I think, is best known, of course, for our responsible mining standard, we were asked by our purchasers to create a chain of custody standard, which we did a couple of years ago. And it's not a platform or anything like that. It's not heavily prescriptive, but it basically sets out 5 different methodologies by which our members, or really any purchaser, can be independently audited for their chain of custody. Now, the question then becomes an issue of data and making those links. And I really appreciated Nathan's point earlier when you said that it's both harder than we think and easier than we think. And I think that often we look at this as a data problem. I really see it as a people problem, because the data exists. Because from a supply chain perspective, we have data coming out of our ears. We have full material disclosures, bills of materials, bills of lading. We have so much data, but it's not organized, it's not coordinated, and some of the critical data we need is not being supplied by our suppliers. And so that therein means that the data in many ways exists, it's just not being supplied, or being supplied in the way that is actionable. So I think that really emphasizes again that this is being done. There is the importance of being able to create that link between responsible sourcing and traceability, and I think that that's what is going to get us there.
Thank you very much. It's reassuring, especially to know that companies that are at the forefront of consumer goods, but also that the data management and storage icons have been in this space, because they can be helpful on both ways. Over to you, sir.
Hello, thank you. And just because I'm conscious of time. So another traceability provider, similarly doing what Nathan and MindSpider are doing. My name's Phil Brown. We were working on Circularize. I just wanted to come to the point that you made very eloquently. It's not a data problem, it's a data transfer and traceability problem. It sits in our silos, in our ERPs, it sits in the trade bodies, in the customs bodies, all of those, so it's not connected. So the elephant in the room to the why it's not making sense is it's a networked proposition. Everybody needs to do so together. And then to the point that customers are not in the room, we're all talking about the B2B. Where's the B2B to C? So we've run last year a project with Samsonite. It's in plastics, that's our background, but we've been working in mining as well. They had DPPs physically linked to a product going back all the way to the specific material. They were collecting data, unfortunately it's all under NDA, of how their customers were interacting with that DPP. The marketeers were absolutely loving that. The problem is right now it's all under POCs because there's not enough organizations simultaneously moving together. So the business model side and how to connect those different data assets that are available is really, really important. Within a network and a knowledge center, understanding how that business case will actually turn into a competitive advantage, I think, is a really, really open topic. And then my final point, we've been talking about traceability and transparency. They're actually a double-edged sword. One person's traceability and transparency is another person's threat. One person's gain is another person's loss. We need to move away from that zero-sum thinking. So I definitely agree with the point that it's about mindset change. And I definitely agree with Nathan's point. Digitally and technically speaking, it's easier than we think. Getting people to move their mindset is the harder part. Sorry for all of the ramble.
Not at all. I think it's helpful to try and, if you wish, demystify, but also do away with myths. Start with fact-based rationale. What is the problem? Is it a law enforcement issue or the lack of appetite to enforce laws? Or is it a lack of consumer awareness and therefore no appetite to scrutinize what we buy? Or is it a lack of willingness or the power of the legislature to just put their foot down and say nothing comes through this border unless? And so the moment we know where the real Achilles heel is, we will hopefully know where to start. You will have the last very brief word. Thank you.
Full disclosure, I'm the VP of Technology at Ma'aden, but in my previous experience, I've been involved with operational risk management at ArcelorMittal and at Glencore, both of which we're working with IRMA, Battery Alliance, and Circularize on many areas. And a lot of it was driven by the physical product that was available from those value chains. Now I work at Ma'aden. Phosphate has a consumer that is almost 8 billion people, if we think about how it goes into the world of agriculture. Some of the oil and gas traceability has a direct relationship to this because it's either an emission or it's some element that is going into a product that you can no longer trace. Iron ore, coal has a recipe to go into steel. Gold, diamonds, copper, nickel, manganese, almost every other metal on that periodic table can be traced as a metal, as an element. The mineral pieces, the kaolins, the phosphates, the P2O5s, the silicates, I think is the single largest challenge to traceability across the minerals environment, because there is no discernible way right now that I can see, other than what was mentioned from the solidized carbon technologies, that would allow any of the systems that currently exist to still remain in place. We have to do something different for those soluble minerals that drive a completely different industry.
There you are. So if you thought we needed a center of excellence for traceability, actually we need centers of excellence for different metallic substances if we are going to be able to solve the challenge. And the key word here is excellence, because the idea is we take this to a higher level, much higher level, and so we can't aggregate. It's hard to be excellent when you aggregate it. You need to break things down in their granular level to really excel. That's right. And I thought I was the last one to speak, but I think it's you, no?
If I can.
Yes, of course.
Quick 30 seconds. Very interesting topic. I can't say that I grasp all of it, but I would just pose a counterfactual here. If we are wildly successful in the demand that you're asking for, how constrained will our supply become? Do we shoot ourselves in the foot because we've created such a beautiful traceability standard that now we cannot meet the demand that is out there? It's a counterfactual, very, very long-term pessimistic, but I think it's something that we need to look at when we look at centers of excellence and we look at these things. Is the supply side going to meet up with the demand? I think the demand will be there. I agree with the gentleman that said it's there and everybody wants it. I agree with you, but then what happens to the supply?
We have markers that showcase that it's already there. You can pay a premium on iron ore. You can pay copper mark pricing on copper. We have abilities for the Global Passport Battery Alliance to create a premium for batteries that have a response. I think we already have the framework to showcase that demand will adjust to pay for the premium of a responsible mineral.
So I think you will have to pay a fee before you leave because you spoke without being asked. So let's put a marker on his name, please. But seriously, I think the important question, and in my humble opinion, no question. I was taught this when I was a young executive that when you are in the room, we were petrified to speak when the chairman of the board, and he stood up and he said, "I want you not to be afraid." Because the very question you are not asking could be the one thing that makes us the biggest company in the world. That's right. And so I think we should not be shy to ask questions, even if they seem already answered. Yeah, this is very important because what you are reminding us is that with everything we do, there will be unintended consequences. We want not to be blindsided of them. I think is my biggest takeaway. And so with that, I want to thank you, Abdul Latif, for helping us with this. I feel we are not there, but let's bring this to an end. We will now move to the last session. Now, we kept the sexy session for the end. This is where we do two things. We open the conversation and say, any institution here that either did already speak or didn't speak, that wishes to put his hand up and say, I want to be part of the relationship of centers of excellence. And when you think about it, think that we will have a secretariat at the center, Thelma to my left, bringing it all together administratively. What we are looking for from you is a commitment to say, based on what I have had or what you haven't had, this is an area in which, as an organization, a company, an association, we think we can make a contribution. Now, we are mindful that that is a statement of intent. It is not a legal commitment, but it allows us to say, okay, these are entities that came to the table, let's follow up and see how they can become part of the network. So that's where we are. Are there any people who wish to come forward and say, we would like to be a part of this based on what we have had? And tell us as much as possible what you envision your organization doing at this stage. But if you haven't and you still have to go back, that's also okay. There will be no prisoners, that's for sure. Yes, please say.
I don't know how we are looked upon yet in Ma'aden overall, because we haven't got the heritage yet of the Aramco global prestige. But we are, I'd say, very rapidly becoming the national icon, if not already considered a national icon for mining and mineral extraction in the kingdom. And actually, I think we haven't been as involved or haven't volunteered to be involved as much in all of these centers of excellence. If I reflect on what I've heard over the last 2 hours, the private sector understanding of how talent needs to be developed as a pipeline, the understanding on how policies made for commonality of managing risk and opportunity, or are they made for protection of whatever property? How do we understand the sustainability transition with Aramco as part of our partnership? So from a Ma'aden perspective, and I know myself and Thamma and Dr. Ali, my colleague in innovation, have showcased that we need to provide all of you, I think, some more of the private sector trajectory, considerations, but also opportunities for us to trial and test bed certain elements of how the evolution of the centers of excellence actually are driven by action, not just by knowledge. So we need to be your customer, but we can be involved much more than we have been.
Thank you very much, because Ma'aden would be the first private sector entity And we hope that, as you rightly said, with your stature, the strength of the brand of Ma'aden, that might pull others, because then we are in the cold face of interacting with clients and vice versa, instead of just being isolated. So you're in touch with FEMA. I think the logistics will follow, but thank you. You are most welcome. Anyone else who wishes to express? I know the lady from, it is the battery, you expressed. Do you want to articulate that a lot more explicitly, perhaps?
What, on the record? So same qualifier to, of course, explore further, but I think what's, just to reiterate and summarize again, that a lot of efforts are already taking place in terms of connecting upstream efforts at responsible sourcing, traceability into end markets, and for our case, that is, the battery supply chain and battery products. So we would definitely be very interested to explore also potential country deep dives and piloting efforts that then feed into our prototype sustainability certification, which we'll be working on this year, and then have the full battery sustainability certification on the market by 2027, and giving the growing importance of the battery industry as a key demand side driver for critical minerals, for battery minerals. I would think that's relevant, and what we can offer, I guess, is that cross-value chain engagement of having the cell manufacturers around the table who are ultimately buying these minerals to make their batteries. So definitely very open to explore further and have a dialogue on how synergies can be created, and that obviously extends also to the standard setters, who we're already in very active discussions with, and we're hosting a standard setter working group, for example, where IRMA is represented, CMSI representatives, as per their host organizations for now, are represented, and others. So the spirit of dialogue and cross-sector collaboration is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful that we have the Natural Resource Governance Institute as a go-to place for extractive governance, but also as an international NGO with a footprint in many parts of the world. They ask you to just dream up, if you were to get involved, how might it happen, or for that matter, how might it not happen? I mean, just to tease, because you could help us also think about how to engage other NGOs. So rather than worry yourself with a pledge or not a pledge, you might say, well, based on what we've had as an NGO, this is what might work for other NGOs and ourselves, and this is what might not. Because the NGO is going to be an important player in many ways, both from advocacy, but also from a capacitating of certain elements at national level that, for governance reasons, may not be best capacitated by our industry.
If you allow me, Madam Chair, I'll ask Nafi, my colleague, who can answer you on this.
Thank you very much, Sheila. I think this is something that we seriously give consideration to. Obviously, because of everything that you've said here, we would have to, I think there are avenues for engagement, and we can deploy our research capacity and skills to inform what happens here. I mean, our work also focuses on traceability, even though we haven't delved deeply into it. This is something that really, it's very central to our work in Africa as well. So I think that without saying on record that we would be part of it, it's something that we will seriously consider, and communicate to you or to others that we have relationship with, like IGF and others, and get back to you. But it's really exciting, and I think that there is a lot that NRGI can contribute to the space and these issues, given our research capacity and the data that we churn out around these issues. It's very central to the work that we do. So yes, it's without going on the record to say absolutely NRGI is going to be part of it, but yes, strong interest. We just need to discuss internally.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. From our side, ICMM has very proudly been supporting FMF for a number of years and been very deeply involved in the work around centers of excellence, around sustainability, traceability, and we've always been very, very supportive of this work, and we will naturally continue to be supportive, and then we'll obviously find the correct modalities to make sure that we make that work. But you know, we've always valued the work and the friendship with the FMF and the FMF family, and that's a commitment that is unwavering going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you are right. You've been here from day one. Thank you for your support.
Sheila, if I may ask, in case we have internal conversation at NRGI, what's the process of communicating our decision and intention?
I'm going to let Thema speak briefly about the Secretariat and its contribution to this way forward. Please, Thema.
Thank you. So, from our side in the Secretariat, we have a team that we will reach each one of you for expression of interest to be part of this work. At the same time, we will share kind of a roadmap for the work a year ahead from now till the Future Mineral Forum 2027, and what is really the expectations from our side for each member that will participate. At the same time, what expectations we do really from each member to be part of this. Those we signed an agreement with, we have more flexibility to work with. We have programs that have been established. Those we did not sign agreement with, we still maybe have a roadmap to build an agreement, and we see what can we accomplish together toward the subject and the goals of the Centers of Excellence. But the main theme that we developed through the Center of Excellence Roundtable is really the pillars that we build the Centers of Excellence. Today, maybe we have more suggestions toward new Centers of Excellence like the energy transition policy and others. We identified a couple of them 3 years ago, especially in the 8 pillars that have been suggested and introduced based on discussions that we had so far. So we are open not only to discuss the participation in the existing Centers of Excellence, but as well, how can we move these Centers of Excellence, expand them to cover more points of interest for the benefit of the mining industry.
Thank you very much. I think it's good to remember that there are institutions that will host a work stream, a whole work stream. Like Thermos Institution hosts innovation, HATMAT hosts human capital, IGF policy. But we think that it's good to think about the second layer, where you could contribute to your point, research on a particular subject matter or data on a particular work stream. So as you think about your contribution, think not just whether you become part of the groundswell, but the level at which you might wish to contribute, because there'll be different levels and the areas in which you might want to make that contribution. Please say.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity you've given me to share part of the experience of the DRC. Congrats for the organization of this session. I would like to say, first of all, that I totally agree that there are still challenges in traceability. And in my point of view, I think there might be a traceability for the poor and the traceability for those who are richer. What am I trying to say? In DRC, 20 years ago, we tried this traceability, and it was in SME, in the artisanal mining. And the concept was to start with fingerprinting. But very soon, we just realized that we couldn't afford it. Not only because at those times we didn't master artificial intelligence the way we have done today with good algorithms. So we were forced to revert to a kind of administrative traceability, which is documentary. This means we couldn't just afford it the way we were. And we started with Germans. They came and we tried to set up a database, but we couldn't go further. And we changed our methodology, resorting to documentary traceability. Now I think it is true that if we try this isotopic whatever, which in my point of view might work better with more homogeneous systems, it works so nicely with petrol. Attempts have been tried for cement with these isotopes, but it is, again, it will be a problem of can we afford it or not, and maybe here is the place we can share this kind of testimonies and say, okay, maybe we need together to put the effort and realize it. Now, I've noticed also this, and probably in the industry, but DRC as a provider, and we have this responsibility to be sure that we have acceptable and genuine supply chains. We have this question that were asked here: how can we protect reputation and transparency? Meaning what? How was it extracted? How was it treated? How was it transformed? And this is another challenge that we have with our industry, because the problem remains the same. We need to keep reputation, and also we have this transparency, which is part of our mining code. So attempts to give solution to this have been done already. And I think even that study, because this morning you were to the ministerial roundtable, and I think it's a kind of metrology, and the result is a kind of a standard or norms, ISO, for instance, and we are succeeding to do that in DRC together with CEC and other organism in DRC. So for the industry, we are there. It's probably a matter of metrology. And we have that responsibility, because sometimes there might, I mean, what is the kind of reputation, but in my point of view, it is how we are perceived. They will tell you, okay, you see, that cobalt, probably it has been mixed with an artisanal cobalt, which has been extracted, I don't know how. And then we have that risk. For that, we have said, okay, we need to go to that metrology. We need to go towards that value chain from the mine to extractive metallurgy, mineralogy, and then metallurgy itself before transformation. So we're working on all this chain, and I think I will be completed by my colleague, Professor Kanda. So yes, it's a problem, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, and DRC is working on this with our CSC. Unfortunately, no one of them is around here, but yeah, that's the experience of the DRC. With SME, the challenge remains big, and we are on administrative traceability, but with the industry, we are going there, and we have Coppermark, and probably there will be some others, and we will be part of establishing this ISO. We were talking about maybe this morning and with Aldo. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. I just need to add a comment regarding the country as DRC. We are facing with the war in the east part of the country, and for us, traceability is more useful for end user and all off-taker who can receive mineral from illegal, I can say, exportation. So in terms of industry and to have, I can say, the correct passport from mineral, for us in DRC, we need to push also all off-takers to be sure that the mineral are not coming from illegal mining or I can say the war part of the country, because it's, I can say, difficult for us to ensure that we are pushing to make the end of the difficult situation in the east of part, but we know the base of the war is, I can say, access to critical minerals or to others metals. So for us, we are needing to be aligned with all process in terms of traceability, but also in terms of peace and climate, I can say, in terms of trade and business. That was my comment.
Dr. Thurman, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Just, I want to introduce myself as a scientist. And
At last.
yes, that's, I cannot stand anymore. So what I want to say is that without having something tangible, it is really difficult to continue. From our side, what we are planning to do is to test three things. In a nutshell, first of all, how to share the knowledge and know-how through training programs, for example, by any means of sharing expertise. Second, how can we set the standards across the sub-region for mining in general? We know there are a couple of standards around the world for hydrocarbon. And, for example, the correlations between different wells around the world can give you a given standard for oil wells. Can we do the same for mining? Can we do the same of giving that know-how we can project it into the ground across the sub-region? Last, not least, as we have common problems, common challenges, and the technologies are agnostic, can we have pilot-scale experiments across different countries with the access of a given data, with the access of knowledge and expertise around the sub-region? To do all of these three things, we are in the process of building virtual platform that representing the Center of Excellence. And that we will share it with our colleagues and partners who are interested to join us, as this part of the Centers of Excellence and MAID is going toward the direction of having tangible outcomes for the benefit of the mining industry within the kingdom and across the sub-region.
Thank you very much. I reluctantly must bring the meeting to a close. But let me say this, that probably the most obvious thing is that there's no such thing as an obvious thing. Because we came here with 8 pathways which we thought, if we go in this direction, this is it. But what we have actually learned is that while that direction of travel is not wrong, we need to be very contextual about it. Contextual in the investment sense, contextual in the regional sense, contextual in the mining sense, whether it is artisanal, whether it's mechanized, which is large scale, and so forth and so forth. But to be true, this is why we thought of the Centers of Excellence, because we recognize that this problem is so multifaceted. It needed many people around the table, but not just many people, but many people with tentacles themselves, with the capacity to reach into other resources and bring, to the extent possible, that value to bear. My genuine sense is that if we achieve that, if we can harvest this groundswell of knowledge with a few institutions leading work streams, but a huge layer of contributors, my sense is that we will get there. And with those few words, I want to thank you for your time, and I want to give Aldo, who is the custodian of this work, the last say, especially speaking about the coordination, how you envision it, because I know I don't look like that, but I was just a messenger. So over to you.
Well, thank you, Sheila. I'm not sure that's the right title for that's a huge level of expectation, but except to say, firstly, from an FMF perspective, thank you very much for joining us today. If you were at the Ministerial Roundtable, thank you. This meeting was full. The parts of the conversation I was in, very insightful. And there are 2 more days to go of FMF, so enjoy that. As far as the way forward, obviously CAXT recently formally appointed to host the MIAP and therefore be in a position to coordinate this work. And it's the early days. Of course, Dr. Thammer is setting up a team, and that's great. In terms of the work we've been doing and transitioning going forward, there are existing structures, so coordination groups and working groups that we hope to continue, that will transition into the MIAP. And so those of you who are already engaged, that work will continue. So you'll receive invites to the Centre of Excellence Coordination Group. Those of you who are yet to express interest, Dr. Thammer will probably give a time frame for when that can happen. And you're welcome to join that work. But the work continues. And so one of the areas, the expectation would be that in the area of technology, we work with our Aramco colleagues, I'm not sure they're still here, no, to identify what is a key technology to take forward. How do we start that process of sharing insights, expertise on particular challenges, data or whatever the topic might be. So getting quite practical in terms of what the priorities are and where we take them. Ma'aden as well. So how can Ma'aden contribute to conversation around technology and help us prioritize what's important and take that work forward? Similarly, on the traceability side, yes, there have been conversations about standards, but there's more to the conversation than standards. It's the centers of excellence are all about capacity building. It's about helping the super region deliver the minerals the world needs on the scale required while delivering benefits to their people. And so the job of this group, or the emerging group, is to be really specific about what you're going to do. This conversation flagged quite a few ideas, and I think CAXT, Dr. Thammer will take this away and refine that into something, 2 or 3 really practical, tangible things that can be worked on by the group, the groups. And for those groups to start meeting very quickly, because by the end of 2026, although CAXT is taking the coordination role, it will be expected to report back to the Ministerial Roundtable. And today we made clear what that roadmap looks like across all these streams. So the final thing I'll say is this work continues to be part of the Ministerial Roundtable agenda, and that is the driving engine, the engine driving the whole Future Minerals Forum efforts. Our focus is on impact, agility, practical action. And I'm hoping all of you, based on what I've heard today, will contribute to that effort and hopefully very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, and give yourself a round of applause and good night.